It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's not able to deny the plan, and he's able to run down the time.
Here it starts again. One kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!
Tango located.
Hostiles in sight!
Kia ora, g'day, and good evening. Welcome to Season 3 LPL Pro. It's Rainbow Six Siege. My name is Smite. This is Cthulu. We're here back again. It's episode 6. That means it's the second one of week number 3. That's right, we can do maths, you guys. So here we are again, episode 6, Cthulhu. I'm keen to finish this week off and find out what the leaderboard's going to look like.
Yeah, look, we had a few very interesting matchups yesterday, a few unexpected scorelines, some interesting storylines forming up as well. So, yeah, a whole lot of things did really happen, which we will catch up on later on in the broadcast. But, yeah, look, I'm really excited for tonight because if yesterday we had a few, quote-unquote, some underdog stories, today and tonight will be full-blown underdog central.
Yeah, I mean, look, we may have had some predictions for last night, but being a little bit surprised with some of the results. Well, almost were the results. So maybe we'll get some of that tonight. But before we get into any of that, we've got to catch everyone up. Of course, if you're just joining the show, here's a good chance to find out exactly how things are working. It's a round robin. We got 8 teams. That means it's going to take 7 weeks to get everyone to play each other team once. Then at the end of all that, we're going to take the top half, bring them over in the playoffs, bring those 4 teams, and put them in an elimination style bracket until we have a grand champion. Of course, that grand champion's also going to be playing for a whole lot of cash as well. But even if you make it to the playoffs, you're still going to be earning yourself some hot dollary-doos. About $3,000 all the way at the top, Cthulhu. You've got to be gunning for that first place, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, most definitely. $3,000 is definitely quite a nice chunk of money, and well, the difference between the first and second is probably going to be the most noticeable one. So the grand final is definitely going to be where it's at and where all the teams are going to be gunning for.
Oh yeah, totally keen. But hang on, what's that? Because I'm getting a bit of a call here, and oh, we've got the Vodafone MVP award as well as another way for players to earn some free cash. Of course, this one's going to be across all LPL Pro broadcasts. That's CS:GO, Rainbow Six Siege, of course, and Dota 2. All of them are going to be having an MVP at the end of the season, and so for that, they'll be walking away with an extra $250 to award themselves for their Poggers plays.
Yeah, but that is not all yet as well, ladies and gentlemen, as we do have some more goodies to be given away, and that is right. We got the Red Bull one to go for, and well, cheers to you, Smite, as well.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, that does give the chance to all of our wonderful viewers. Yes, that's right. You there watching the stream right now.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you got it in. You got
I had tried to hold it off for a while, but that definitely went down the wrong pipe. But there we go, all right.
Yeah.
Let's continue, all right? Because let's not put yourself off Red Bull from that little experience there, because this is probably perhaps one of the best awards we've got, because now we've got the Red Bull Fan Award, and I'm super excited to talk about this one because I kind of need to clear the Red Bull on my throat, but I mean, what it means.
Get yourself.
No. I want to explain this one because I love this one. All right. So 4 players are going to be voted in by you guys, the viewers, and they're going to be earning the top prizes, which is a whole lot of good stuff. You got $500 cash. You got a whole year's supply of Red Bull and a fridge to put it in. So to vote, make sure you put an !vote in the chat. That will make you. That'll give you all the info on how to vote. Because this is a more than one, guys. Because a random voter will, in fact, actually 4 random voters
yes,
will be earning themselves that year's supply of Red Bull as well. So there's literally no reason to not get into it, guys. You get free Red Bull, and you also get to give a player free Red Bull with a whole lot of cash and a fridge. So honestly, why would you not get into it? Because we've got a whole lot of fun players here. I mean, we had some blasts of matches last night, Cthulhu.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, how fun was last night?
Oh yeah, yesterday was just absolutely nuts with some of the picks bans. Well, actually, as a matter of fact, let's have a look at these plays because what we saw was just absolutely some of the phenomenal plays. We had some very interesting appearances as well. One made a return to what was the old Ferox game, and well, right now this is certainly looking, well, it looked like a very unusual performance back then. So unfortunately for Ferox, Exto won 2-0, and then and it was in a very odd manner as well because, well, we saw some very odd picks. On attack, Ferox were going for the blitz pick. We saw some very interesting Monty plays as well. Oda was probably one of the big highlights as well. So yeah, things were definitely going quite nuts there, and well, ultimately it was still a 2-0, but look at all of these highlights. I mean, we managed to see Todd get the double kill whilst dropping down from the roof before getting sniped over, and that was one of the ways to really finesse on the opposing team, and well, yeah, that's all that she wrote really there. But we also had a different matchup that was the Bants versus Rufflecopter, which we'll get to have a look in a few short moments, as we're just seeing some few really quality clutch attempts by Warden, but all to be stomped down by Hexto. And yeah, look, Bants surprised us, gotta say, Smite. Against Rufflecopter, they gave him quite a run for their money.
Yeah, and it's such a shame with how the match actually ended up going because we got to the 5-5. It felt like Bants were gonna come back and actually have a really good shot at taking this one away from Rufflecopter, but I mean, hey, internet issues, they plague us all, and it's a shame that we might not be able to find out what this match might look like until later on in the season, if at all.
Yeah.
But that said, Cthulhu, the rounds we did get to see were amazing from both sides.
Oh yeah, those were absolutely nuts. The Tracy's 1v3 clutch was absolutely clean and very nicely done. And yeah, gotta say, for Rufflecopter, whilst they are a pretty strong roster, I was quite surprised that they were falling to a few of the attacks that Bants had. So yeah, look, overall this does place Rufflecopter over at the top of the leaderboard, but those were definitely some very unusual matches yesterday with some of the rather less predictable outcomes.
I mean, yeah, unusual matches for sure, but I think at the end of the day, the points went kind of where we expected them. Rufflecopter shot up the leaderboard. We kind of saw that one coming. But, you know, for a few of the other teams that are going to be playing tonight, they're going to have their shot to come in here. So expect the leaderboard to really go through a bit of a change after tonight because I'm kind of expecting to see two and O's here tonight, Cthulhu. Now, we had some predictions last night, which didn't, well, actually, they did come true, but maybe in different ways.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the schedule and find out why we think this is going to be 2 and O's. So first up tonight, we've got ShadowNet versus PC419, and then later on, Skyfire versus Elemental. So we're going to deep dive into the first match. So let's touch on the second one, Cthulhu.
Yep.
Skyfire versus Elemental. Do we think this is going to be a 2 and O to Skyfire?
There is a pretty good chance about it, although statistically speaking, Elemental have a pretty good chance about getting maybe a draw against Skyfire, but the way how they've played is against a team that is Rufflecopter, the team that was able to draw it with Skyfire, so technically on the same kind of skill level, I suppose. They didn't really have a very successful game. Oh, to say at the very least, pardon me.
Oh yeah, I mean you look.
We'll get to
really
look straight away at the other roster button. I ended up bumping the wrong button. But yeah, look, Skyfire have a pretty good chance to make a return on the top of the leaderboard right now, because they had a bit of a slow start to the season. So this is where they need to really pick up their pace and get to it.
Yeah, Skyfire have had some pretty rough matches because they've had some of the harder teams first, but maybe they get to clean up later on today. But that's the second match, guys.
Yeah.
That is the second match. So let's dive into this first one. ShadowNet versus PC419. So let's take a look up at the first roster. It's going to be PC419 with the slick, shining heads that you see before you. Vlad, Steffi T, Pun, Tesla, and Shaq, my man, who had a standout performance last week as well. Look, PC419, these guys have been on fire.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah, I definitely think that this is the roster of PC419 that is definitely looking at contesting for that first place. They certainly have been performing really well. The addition of Shaq is finally seeming to be filling in just the right role and just the right spot that PC419 needed, and their coordination is certainly has been a very noteworthy thing.
Yeah, and of course, we are calling them the favorites tonight, so let's take a look at their opponents and see what they're going to have to bring up against the big dogs, I guess. This one's going to be ShadowNet, so standing in for Minxie tonight is going to be Levi, along with the usual squad of Nova, Lags, User, and Space Prism. Now, Minxie, unfortunately, hand injury in hospital, so, you know, best wishes to her for a recovery to come back, but let's talk about what this means for the team, Cthulhu.
Yeah, a whole lot of things could really turn around here. Maybe Levi's addition instead of Minxie could change the pace, or rather the playstyle of the team, or rather the playstyle of a few certain players. Maybe this will be a bit of a hindrance to them. It's really hard to say. ShadowNet unfortunately had a bit of a rough start for the season, so at the moment they are just attempting to kind of just claw their way out of the bottom position. But against PC419, this is most definitely going to be quite a challenge run, I gotta say.
Oh, totally. And speaking of challenges, we'll have to take a look at that key player matchup to see on an individual level how these teams are going to match up. Because on one side, you've got Pun, a big player from PC419, multiple pop-offs. ShadowNet, Lags, same sort of deal, right? Lags pops off all the time, but do they match up on the field here?
Yeah, that is going to be a really big question, because for ShadowNet to really ultimately and fairly realistically to come through and actually get the dub on, say, even a single map, they will need to give their play all their best right now, and expect for PC419 to be a little bit on the veggie side, really, because PC419 has been having an absolutely phenomenal performance. ShadowNet, players like Lags can really turn around a few of the rounds. We saw them do that very thing, especially on operators like IQ with the G8 or the Ash. So if they can crank up the aggression, they can most certainly bring the heat to PC419, I reckon.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to. But, you know, we said a lot of things about last night's matches. I've gone on about this a few times already, but it's important because we call it as it looks like a one-sided match, and then it turns out to not be quite so one-sided, and the underdog does fight back. So tonight's matches could be exactly the same. Yeah. But we're going to see how the teams are feeling before we get into the match. So we actually caught up with someone from PC419 to see how they're feeling before they go into the game.
So in last week's match, we were quite comfortable. Both games sort of started a bit crazy for us in the sense that, you know, Xto were really aggressive at us, and that kind of threw us off. But, you know, we were able to quickly adapt, which I was pretty impressed with, and close out both maps quite comfortably. So with ShadowNet, they haven't had the best of starts, but if you just from last season, I remember they weren't like the easiest team to go up against. I'd say they're hard to get out of spots, so you really have to like be thorough and just be patient. You know, as long as you don't get their confidence too high and just shut them down nice and early. I'm super confident as we've had a really good start to the season, but it's all about just keeping that momentum going. We'll just take it game by game, ensuring that we haven't really had things go against us too much yet. Apart from maybe like you'd say the first week we were kind of down against Ferox here and there, but we haven't had like proper, you know, tests in terms of like tilt. And it will just be up to us when we come against those situations to just not tilt and get through the tough rounds. Look, without being too disrespectful to the opposition, we are super confident to get this 2-0. I mean, it's up to ShadowNet to pull up an upset, so no pressure for them. But if they can do it, they can do it. We'll be there to make sure that they don't.
Strong words, Cthulhu. I mean, it's up to ShadowNet to get the upset, right? I mean, all things considered, isn't that the right attitude to have?
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Vlad, as per usual, always confident in his team and his team's performance, and for the right reason, really. PC419 has been having a pretty decent run overall, minus the draw at the very beginning, but alas, even then, that was a really good performance from them. So, yeah, look, it's up to ShadowNet to do that very thing and, well, come through with a dub.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to take a look at the maps we're going to be hitting up today. It's some old favorites here, Cthulhu, because first up, PC419 has given us the pleasure of going back to Oregon. And then we've got ShadowNet actually heading to Clubhouse. Now, let's touch on this, because ShadowNet quite often picks Oregon.
Yeah.
However, it's PC419 picking it this time. So why would they do that, Cthulhu?
Look, PC419 obviously are a very able team to really make some big plays. Oregon has been one of the rather more frequently picked maps as of recently, and a fair few teams were picking it. So it's well, there's at least one of the reasons to really keep on practicing Oregon. And for PC419, I mean, taking it to their opponent's comfort pick map, that should be an easy peasy run, really.
But here's the thing, right? We've seen ShadowNet on Oregon, what, twice now throughout the season? It has not been looking good for them.
That was, though, because partially due to the fact that they have had the Clash banned out. So if the Clash will be able to slip through, I reckon ShadowNet might actually be able to run through a whole lot more rounds than what we usually have.
Yeah, well, we're moments away from jumping into game number 1 here, guys, so I'm getting pretty keen. Don't forget, !vote to find out how to vote for the Red Bull Fan Awards. Of course, you can vote for your favorite player to earn basically a whole lot of cash, $500 in fact, and a whole lot of Red Bull in the fridge. So definitely get in there and vote, because you can win a whole lot of Red Bull as well, just like the pros. Cthulhu, you were super keen to get into the match, but I believe you'll sort that out for just a moment here, but... Yeah, look, guys, remember to get in there and vote, because it's one of the coolest awards we've had for quite a while here at LPL Pro. I'm really excited for it. A lot of these players work really hard to keep their game up, so the ones that stand out to you guys as personalities or some of your favorite players, definitely give them a vote. What's going on here, Cthulhu? We got a match coming up?
I think the match is coming right up. It's just a few technical difficulties here for us, ladies and gentlemen, but I believe we might actually have them sorted in just a short few moments.
See how smart this guy is? He's sorting out our tech issues right now as we speak, and definitely not just talking to someone else. But that means we do have the match coming. I believe the players are actually starting. I think it's just an issue on our end. So the match is just about getting underway. We'll probably catch up partway through the ban phase, I imagine. We're that much on track. So don't worry, guys. We're not going to miss any of the action. We'll definitely catch up just in time for it. But it's an important one, Cthulhu. PC419, essentially for them, they just got to get in there and, well, destroy ShadowNet.
Yeah, for PC419, all they need really is to just get their momentum going and, well, pretty much start the unstoppable train, really, that is the PC419. So, yeah, we'll have to have a quick look, but for now, I believe we just go for a quick technical break, and we'll be back just shortly with you. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Sorry for all the wait that we had to go through, but we finally all fixed up.
Yeah, and just a heads up as well, we are just catching up right now as well, so let's very quickly here find out what's going on, Cthulhu, because we got PC419 on attack first with 30 seconds near the end of the round, and no one's dead. So before we even look at who's here, there's a Nook, so something crazy is going on here, so taking a look here, sorry to jump you guys right in the deep end for the action here, but we are right there with you. We've lost user TM, which means ShadowNet now down a defender. PC419 might be about to strike. There's Pun, the smokes, giving him the cover to go for the plants, but he's just C4'd out of there, along with 2 of his teammates, all falling around him. ShadowNet looking like this one is gonna be a defense just as we join them.
Just as we join them, indeed, yes, certainly. ShadowNet being on defense and having all the right bans in their favor, are able to drain out the time very quickly and swiftly here against PC419, and a very solid start for them. I mean, Smite, this might be looking like they just might be able to to play for that upset.
That's right. But Cthulhu, let's take a breath. Because obviously we all just jumped into this match. We're going to find out what's going on here. We're going to help the viewers here at home as well, who've been just as in the dark as we have. So let's take a look at what we've got coming out. So these bans, you've got Thatcher, Nomad, Wamai, Mirror. So standard things. However, that Clash ban did not go through, which means ShadowNet will have that in their pocket if they want it.
Yeah. The addition, the ability to pick Clash, certainly going to make things a whole lot better here for ShadowNet. They will have that kind of, I suppose you could technically call it a crutch, but it will certainly be very helpful to have the British operator to be there to essentially soak up some damage from the shield and from all the gunfire. And look, right now looking at the lineup of PC419, they're looking like they just might be able to storm the laundry pretty quickly. But here's another thought that kind of just struck me here, Smite.
What's that, Cthulhu?
It's the fact that it's a similar kind of beginning to the game. The first round to go into the hands of ShadowNet like they did before on Oregon. But the moment they went to laundry, it kind of just went all downhill from there. So now the main question being, can ShadowNet actually continue their streak, or whether PC419 will actually, well, put the foot down?
Well, let's take a look at what kind of lineup PC419 are looking to bring that foot down with. Because that's just been banned out, which means you're either going for something like a Kali or the Maverick. And it looks like they're going to be going for that with Vlad. But they've also got Tesla, who can get right up here very safely. Not much risk in here and going poking out. Look at that! Already a gas grenade burned out in the first 30 seconds, Cthulhu.
Yeah, Nova's getting a little bit overzealous with the gas grenades, and rather trying to use it to drain the initial time, or rather slow down the initial momentum that PC419 might be bringing in. But already trying to try out all of the missions, and look at this.
That's
the
all
ballistic shields, just gets obliterated without even any ADS to catch those charges.
Alright, and meanwhile, we do have Vlad over here working on the electrified hatch, so this one is going to fall any moment, but we've got Levi hanging out below, who is ready to take off Vlad's head if he puts it in the wrong spot. Although now here comes the push from PC419. Tesla pinching around the corner. He's got Pun to act as his eyes on the stairs as well. We're getting all angles covered by PC419, but this is where the danger starts to come in. But it looks like they're doing everything right. They've got Pun getting the scouting information. There's no counter-aggression from ShadowNet either. And now we've got the breach coming through. Tesla can look in, give all the information to his team. Goyo shields now going down. The fortress is crumbling, Cthulhu. ShadowNet, well, their walls are about to fall.
Yeah, right now they've given away quite a fair bit of the positioning, as well as that reinforced wall is certainly that will be falling. So even less of an area for ShadowNet to play around, but they still have plentiful amount of utility. They still have the C4s, I believe, to throw over the racks. So here right now, Tesla needs to probably take the page out of Todd's book and try to go for the full-blown aggression, as the flashbang actually does do its job and the push needs to happen. Tesla needs to go in, needs to find that shot, gets a single down, and oh, the C4 will be taking quite a whole lot of damage and kills. And right now this is just a complete steamroll here, all down to Space Prism. He finds one, needs to maybe find another one, damages Shaq, but the diffuser has been planted.
Yeah, it looks like this one is going to be all over. A very calculated push coming out from PC419. Space Prism not able to close that one out, so it will be PC419 snagging that one for themselves. But yeah, I mean, look, that one came down. They got their positioning very risk-free. I mean, you saw the three-man push. There wasn't really any roaming for them to worry too much about, but the calls for a rehost, Cthulhu, means we may be taking a small second to get back and ready.
Yeah, we do have a bit of a unfortunate technical issue, and this time on the side of the PC419, as the rehost is being called. I believe this should be approved at some point, but we'll have to wait for the official admin.
Yeah, don't see any
decision.
reason that it
I don't
should
see any
be-
reason why I wouldn't, yeah. But nonetheless, that does give us a little bit of time to kind of catch ourselves up on the general kind of action so far, because when we tuned in with you, ladies and gentlemen, it was well, it was the first round, and we've been seeing just ShadowNet pretty much shut down any kind of aggression that PC419 were attempting to bring in.
So what we know from the first round, Cthulhu, is ShadowNet won. We joined in about a little over 30 seconds until it was over, but everyone was still alive. So clearly ShadowNet held out to the end and ran out the clock. It was a good strategy. Didn't quite work in round 2, where PC419 pulled that one out. Looks like the round is going to be played as is. Unless we're getting any other kind of confirmation. I mean, it looks like the players are going normal, so we'll just go ahead and assume that for now, Cthulhu.
Yeah, I'm assuming that, yeah, we will be continuing on with play, as no ruling has been coming out. But yeah, look, ShadowNet right now will have to hold on. I believe the issue is on PC419, so I'm guessing ShadowNet will be somewhat happy about it, as they will have yet another advantage to play. But apart from that, really, going to be the push coming through the main watchtower rather than the front entrance or the meeting room, or, well, not yet the meeting room, but not even through the bunker as far as I see.
Okay, last time, PC419 had some pretty uncontested drone coverage, particularly from Pun. He looks like he's going to be trying to do some of it again, at least on the entry so far. A little less progress this round for PC419 immediately, but to be fair, that's only because last round was so quick. They were already draining out, what, 2 of the gas grenades by this point, so a pretty hard contest, but yeah, still not a whole lot. This is the real progress that we're really probably looking at here. Same thing last time. You got Levi keeping an eye on that hatch, making sure that no one's going to be popping their head out, but finally, here come the gas grenades. Nova's going to be trying to block out this passageway. But luckily, he's going to be able to hold on to his gas grenades a little bit longer. The second one now coming, but they're just rushing through it. Tesla goes to his doom.
Yeah, but there's the trades already coming out. Shaq took quite a hefty amount of damage, and that AD has just blasted that flashbang out of his hands. But, oh well, still able to run away from any demise. And, well, the breaches of the ace are going to start happening as Levi is once again going to be at a bit of a unusual position, given that, well, if the moment that Kai charge will be down, this is going to be it, and well, there we go. The Kai charge is gone, and right now Levi needs to abandon the position, otherwise he will get blown to smithereens.
Gonna have to get out of there because the PC419 train, well, I was gonna say it's about to leave the station, but Vlad has, well, the ticket inspector came and said he's got a fraudulent ticket, so he's gonna be off the passage for now, but PC419, still 3 people to get the job done here. Steffi looking on in, seeing if he can find anything, but the concussions are now starting to come out, but no follow-up yet from PC419. Nothing to flush out. It's going to be Pun making the peaks, seeing if he can catch anyone out. But it looks like they're going to have to make the push, Cthulhu.
C4 is being prepped. There's a good timing as well. Swing by Steffi will be unsuccessful. Lags will be getting rid of him. The smoke grenade is about to expire as well. The first one rather, and the second one has been already thrown out. Pun, good entry. Is able to find the shot into space. Prism, as well as that user, falls to the hands of Shaq, and right now there's a crossfire being held. 2v2 situation, well, technically 2v1. Right now as the C4 goes down, the 11 seconds remaining, the diffuser has not been planted, and right now it's all down to the Ash main of PC419, and that is just about done and dusted. Third round to go, and well, the rehost will be, I believe, approved this time, and oh, we are going to be seeing PC419 leave. There we go.
Yep, looks like the rehost must have been called just after the selection phase for round 3, which means that here is where we're going to have to call it and bring the match back up in just a moment. While we're doing that, though, ShadowNet, 2 rounds already. Looking pretty good. We're calling this a hard match for them, but so far it's looking pretty good. Although I want to point out, Cthulhu, how close was that last round?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that round was very close, and props to ShadowNet for actually able to play it out, and they did a pretty good job adapting as well, because now they know that how Tesla aggressively plays. He goes in for some of those swings, and they were able to get a pretty nice crossfire whenever Smoke was able to get a stun. So look, overall, ShadowNet has got some really good ideas about how to approach their defense against PC419. Right now, though, they need to nail their general aggression. They need to nail their shots, because that previous round, pretty well done.
Yeah, I mean, look, it worked out pretty much how they were looking out for, although I want to point out again at the end where that C4 just came in super clutch, right?
Yes.
It came in, caught him. I literally had thought the diffuser was planted by that point, right? But it wasn't, and then obviously put Shaq in an impossible situation. He's got a pixel of health, has to climb through the hole, whereas if it had planted, suddenly that's fine, right? You know, he can hang back, you know, shoot through the wall if he needs to, keep an eye on the diffuser, and just stop a retake. But with a split-second C4, it makes all the difference.
Yeah, well, all the difference is going to be made indeed. Well, we are just going through the quick rehouse there. But yeah, I believe the ruling as well will be stating that we are going to be restarting at the 1-to-1 scoreline.
Oh, okay.
So that, unfortunately for ShadowNet, that previous round did not count, or at least as of yet. And but that would probably be a little bit of a tilt there for ShadowNet.
Yeah.
But gotta say, if they're gonna keep on nailing those rounds, I mean, I don't think it'll be that much of an issue for them.
Yeah. I mean, you always got to call fair's fair, so make sure the rounds are going to be all good. But yeah, for round 3, what we saw from ShadowNet seemed fine in principle, seemed fine in practice. So certainly just get back on the horse and do that again for a few more rounds. But you got to imagine, though, it's still going to be PC419, maybe perhaps warming up a little bit, Cthulhu, because we've seen some teams have that issue where it takes a few rounds for them to really get going. Sometimes the whole map.
Yeah, sometimes like even a single rehost will pretty much just break the whole general pacing of the team and completely just derails them on their path to the glory. So look, we'll have to see what will really happen. But apart from what we saw so far, I like what ShadowNet are doing. They are waiting and they're pacing out their utility, namely their C4s, and essentially awaiting for the opponents to really come into the site. So then all of the hail of the C4s will be starting to fly in. So,
but PC419 are reading that.
They managed to read in for the most of it. They didn't account, I believe, for the last C4 that did end up getting rid of Pun. But quite a few things rather really went in favor of ShadowNet in that round, and well, maybe they just might be able to repeat that, because I don't think next time they are going to be holding Laundry, we are going to be seeing them go for some wild decision to two-man hold, or rather have PC419 to two-man swing with the blitz, rather not Buck. But so. Yeah, there are still going to be a few limitations that I think PC419 are not going to go for, but for ShadowNet, at the very least, they kind of nailing down the general pacing, the general understanding of what's the general go there.
Yeah, I think the overall picture is that ShadowNet are looking better than they did the last 2 weeks we've seen them on this map. And I think importantly is that what we've been calling the Clash kind of crutch even, is not really the case, at least so far. Because they've had 2 rounds on defense. Clash wasn't even banned, so if they really wanted to, then we probably would have seen it by now. But at the same time, maybe some different sites will bring out the Clash. For now, though, it does feel like ShadowNet doesn't have to use the Clash to get a win.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Maybe further down the line when kind of ShadowNet will expand all of their current strats, and maybe Clash will be kind of more so of the last stand pick for themselves, or rather for their defense. Given that I'm fairly comfortable in their defense, my main question is their offense and how can they nail it down? Because here's the thing: back when it was a 5-man core, their offense was very so-so. Probably would be the one of the ways to really describe it. It was a little bit shaky. They had some good ideas about how they want to approach certain sides, how they want to push, but nothing too concrete, nothing too solid for themselves. So here, maybe the fact that they've changed out Levi due to Minxie's unfortunate situation, maybe have kind of put them on a bit more so of a path of just straight up fragging and just playing it more so. I hate to call it, but almost like a pug ranked, where they kind of rather more trying to go for each and one of them being self-reliant solo players with some good gunplay, rather than them playing as a completely formulated team. So if they can do that whilst being on a 4-man core plus a sub, I don't think this would be generally a bad idea, especially the way how they've been doing it right now.
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, their performance has been pretty good tonight, considering the fact they are playing with a sub. But we've also got to remember Levi played with the squad last season.
True.
So he's a pretty easy slot. It's not like they're pulling an old friend from a few years ago in, right? This guy has been with the team, so probably does pop in for scrims occasionally too, I imagine.
It's almost like what should have Warden been for Ferox.
Yeah.
Warden was part of that roster quite a while ago, but obviously it seems that time has taken quite a toll. But for right now, Levi's introduction back to the roster, I dig it. I like it. It seems to have worked out fairly decently so far. Nearly put them on the 2-1 scoreline. So look, it's all coming together.
Yeah.
Maybe. We still only at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah,
so,
that's the thing.
That's another thing to really account for. And we, as the casters, and you as the viewers as well, only saw what technically is 2.5 rounds, theoretically.
Well, I mean, if you would call the last 30 seconds half a round, then sure.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. No, we did come in late to the first round, of course, but I mean, we got the general idea of it, right? You had everyone alive at the end. We got to see the big push anyway, and it gets shut down pretty quickly by ShadowNet, so they obviously were still in the same positions, the good positions and all that. Just an update as well, guys, is that we are most of the way through getting that rehost done. I know
Mostly
it's a painful process. I know, you guys. We want to get back into the match too. At least it's not a rehost at 5-all, right?
Yeah.
That was painful, right? Because that was such a good match last night.
Yeah, the Bands versus Rufflegolf was one of those kind of surprisingly nice.
It was a surprise.
Yeah, it was a nice surprise. Yeah, it was a very intriguing match. Bands were really doing some really good plays, some really good flanks and pushes. Unfortunately, well, technical difficulties outside of their own reach have been plaguing them. So, well, maybe they will get another chance later down the line. But apart from that, really, look, Smite, right now, I still believe that Bands still deserve to be out of the relegation bracket. Although, as we were discussing prior to the broadcast, right now we still have that kind of the giant storyline of who can, out of the what currently technically considered top 5 teams, can make it to that playoff bracket at the end of the regular season, which could be a very huge thing. But, ladies and gentlemen, finally we are going to go back straight to the game. Round number 3 is on its way. We are returning to a 1-1 scoreline, and, well, we are going to be returning back to the laundry room as well, as Shadownet will be looking at repeating their success like they did just about, I would say, probably 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, so the difference is this time it's going to be a bit of a different operator lineup, unless Tesla doesn't stick with the... Okay, yeah, it's not going to happen. Although it could be a little bit of toying around. I wonder, did we get the ruling on if they're playing same operators?
I believe so, yeah.
Because it does look like everything is going to be the same. So whether the ruling is on that or not, it is going to be what we're getting. So, jumping back into the match at long last, ShadowNet versus PC419. Previously in the alternate dimension, ShadowNet took this round, but in this reality, we're going to see if they can replicate that success that their alternate selves had in the other reality where they picked up the win. So PC419, of course, running the same operators. They took a while to start entering the tunnel, right?
Yeah, they took quite some time. A few different ideas were popped around there, and the fact that Tesla decided to just flat out push straight into the bunker pretty much found him his own demise. But looking at the setup that ShadowNet have,
lads.
that's a bit of an oopsie. Nova got a little bit trigger happy there, maybe with a shotgun, but I like the setup they have, because this time they have the Jaeger ADS is actually stacked on the side of the wall, and there's a Melusi device there as well to not allow the blitz of Tesla to push in.
Yeah, because you know, the last few times we've seen him just literally hold Shift and W, run up there, and get right up into Nova's face, and it worked out for at least a trade before. But, of course, Melusi device on top of that, going to slow them down, throw off their timing on their aim, on their swing, so could be the difference that ShadowNet are looking for. But we've got so far PC419, they want to get a bit of vertical presence, just like before. It's going to be the Havana to open it up. Last time I think we had a Maverick, so maybe the operators are different, actually.
Yeah, well... Actually, no, I'm pretty sure there wasn't Maverick. I think Maverick was in the first round where PC won.
Yeah, maybe I'm thinking of round 2. Well,
Yeah.
regardless,
Either way.
here we are. Nova in a bit of trouble. First gas grenade going to come out, but he's lost his own riot barricade. So he's just going to peace out of there straight away.
Full reinforcement as well. Tesla did try to maybe play on the momentum, but unfortunately couldn't catch any of the defenders off guard. But for the time being, that does open the possibility for him to just rush the pillar and then maybe add the electrical or the main hallway. But it all needs to be backed up by either the Ace or the Ash of their team. And well, right now, just free real estate being opened up, and it seems that, well, for Tesla, it's just a matter of time before he's going to go in for the swings.
Bad news for ShadowNet. This looks exactly like PC419 winning on round number 2. They've made it this far, basically just as quickly last time. Vlad's about to drop down to, although he's still getting a little bit of droning done. But just like before, we've got the C4s. So ShadowNet, they can connect those. They connected one last time this rush happened, but that was the only kill they got from it. So they still have to survive the swings and the pushes that we're going to see likely coming out from Tesla, likely coming out from Steffi, who's hanging out in a pretty precarious little spot there. But there's so many little openings here at the moment. The breaches are all around the place. But Tesla, he's constantly poking and probing for info.
Well, there's already the shots flying in. It's also interesting to note that Shannon are very much bunched up right now in Laundry, and full B side has been completely given away. Steffi did take quite a little bit of a damage after trying to trade it out, but right now this is full 5v4, make it actually 3v4, 5v2, 4v2. It's just all the maths going out of the equation, because right now it's all down to Nova and Levi to try to clutch this out. And well, right now the Goyo player being quite teched up will be all left remaining, and Steffi is the last man standing to take the Levi out.
Yeah, at that point though, for Shadownet, it felt like too little and too late. They got backed into a corner. And from the beautiful little bird's eye view we had, we could see all the smokes coming and blocking off any kind of line of sight. You could see User on the bandit. He was sneaking through, maybe seeing if he could float the idea of a C4 to deny the plant, but by the time he threw it, the plant had already come out. I don't think he even survived long enough to detonate it, so it's, yeah, they were just backed into a corner, and then even still, just a little bit too timid to jump and push against PC419 when they came in and basically made themselves at home.
Yeah, PC419 just seemed to be completely relentless about going in for any kind of other style of push. Really, they just seem to get even more so aggressive now that the rehost has came around and all of the technical issues have been fixed. But for Shadownet, yeah, this is looking like a little bit of a rough start once again. They are seeking the ways essentially of how they can cut off some of the pushes, and right now the main issue for them is the fact that they are getting forced out of their position and bunched up at a single point way too quickly.
Well, they get a bit of a change of scenery now, so maybe this is what we're looking for Shadownet. Start taking a few more rounds.
10 seconds remaining.
Remember, they're going to be perhaps reset a little bit from the rehost.
5 seconds
Maybe need to get that momentum going again. Remember, they did lose, well, I mean, they picked up the first round, and it was pretty good. I mean, they managed to take it on a little bit further, but here we go. Bit of a different story here. Remember, User has been quite, well, actually, it's been Nova the last few times. On the smoke, has been quite liberal on throwing out those gas grenades nice and early to get the value as much as possible. Run that clock down as much as possible. So we'll see how early PC419 are going to be able to start draining them out, because it's been pretty successful the last few rounds.
I'm curious about that Tesla pick, because this is the second day in a row that we're seeing a very frequent pick of Blitz.
I think it's sticking around.
Yeah, I think it actually might be sticking around, which is a very peculiar pick out of all the things, and out of all the times it's now that the Blitz pick seems to be becoming more and more popularized, which still leaves me fairly puzzled, so I'm certainly going to be pinging a few coaches here and there to inquire about that.
The way I look at it, right, is you think of Iana like a drone with her hologram. Blitz is kind of like the peeking version of a drone. You can peek out and probably not die, right? You can do it a little bit for free. So it's perhaps being played in a almost similar kind of style. You see Tesla constantly getting that information, but still able to pull out the value, pull out the kills. I mean, the man has got a few, well, got one frag after the rehost, but had a few before under his belt. But at the round in hand, both Space Prism and Nova, they know that there's a few fellas around the corner here. They're going to be holding down the line. And as you can see, starting to be bombarded a little bit, but they're perfectly safe. Of course, PC419 are going to be perfectly aware that someone's going to be hanging around waiting for them.
I like what they're doing with duo stacking the attic, where they know that they will be able to cover the window, and that push from Tesla could potentially throw in the spanner in the works, but also the fact that Shaq is about to apply even more so pressure from the armory.
I think they're trying to cut off Nova's escape here, because the moment he goes across the doorway to the left, when they start pushing them here, he might be cut off by a very long line of sight, but we'll get to that in a moment, see if he does go for the escape, because Space and Nova have already started throwing out those gas grenades. Do they continue the push? Do they call for Nova to throw out yet another one? Tesla's making his way. He's got the shield up, wants to get rid of this Malusi trap. 2 melees will get it. The next one will come out here. He's in the middle of all the gas. Space Prism got the C4 kill in the background. Somehow managing to lob it right over the Blitz head. So hey, you'll take that. Vlad's super low, Tesla's super low as well.
Yeah, this is a really good position here for ShadowNet all of a sudden. Not a single bit of health has been dropped just yet, but there's already so many crossfires. The diffuser has been dropped as well. Nova finds a kill onto Vlad. Tesla has gone down, and now all down to Shaq once again. The big man on Ash needing to find 4 kills in a matter of 5 seconds, but nothing is available for him right now. The timer will be running low, and well, that's the round. Another one for ShadowNet, as right now they're able to get back to a draw, but this was a really good defense, gotta say, from ShadowNet. They didn't allow a single bit of push. Thatcher could have been the big solution here for PC419, and thanks to the fact that that Selma charge did not start opening the attic wall, both Nova and I believe Space, they were pretty much kept safe in the attic, and they were able to take their own respectable gunfights there.
Yeah, I mean, they held down the line super well. Space Prism with the C4 as well. I honestly thought that he just missed Tesla, but because it went right over his head. But I mean, they got his teammate in the background. Also dropped him quite low in combination with the gas grenades. So really good power duo down there in the attic. So really good to see. This time though, Tesla will stay on the Nook rather than the Blitz. So trading shield for, well, pretty much the opposite operator of a shield.
Yeah, I definitely am quite curious about how will the Nook pick really play out here, because sometimes Nook, well, for the most of it rather, Nook is picked for her frag grenades and for the fact that she can be really, really sneaky about it. Another reason that she nowadays could be picked as well is for her secondary heart breach device, plus the fact that, again, she can be sneaky. So say you have 2 or 3 man push at the front entrance, and then Nook from behind ready planting the secondary heart breach charge to open yet another sightline right onto the site.
Well, we'll have to see if that is going to happen. Because 2-all, maybe not the scoreline we were expecting coming into this match. ShadowNet stepping up today. Brilliant little defense in the last round, but they've got another shot to do it here again. PC419 a little bit shut down, but they have changed it up here. Tesla won't be leading the charge on the Blitz, instead be sidelining on that Nook instead to see what kind of value he's going to be able to get. Well, we've got Steffi now. Hasn't found anything too crazy for now. Has been playing a pretty sweet little supportive role. Putting these drones in here. Eventually we'll get through the window. Always annoying when the holes in the wall are in those little awkward spots, but hey, we work it out in the end.
Yeah, we'll make it work at the end, definitely. Interestingly enough, actually, quite a fair few when I say that. It's 3 players of ShadowNet that will be playing around the top floor. Tesla opening up on Yuzo while sneaking up with the FMG9 certainly will be a solid opening here, because Yuzo has been able to play pretty well in his position. With Kite out of the equation, that is the Electric Claws as well as the C4 gone, but there's another C4 flying out. Shaq only tagged up into a fraction of his HP, so not as bad of a loss.
Yeah, he'll be alright from that one. So already we've got PC419 baiting out a good amount of utility, taking out the Kaid. They have sent a bit of damage back onto Tesla and I guess a little onto Shaq. So it's not all for free, but definitely PC419 with all the cards right now. But how are they going to play this hand? Because ShadowNet have had some pretty excellent defensive rounds so far, but that's when they've kept the lead. This time they've got to pull it back after losing the first member.
Yeah, they need to ensure that this Nook gets spotted and finished off very quickly, because otherwise Tesla will be an absolute menace here around the ground floor and the white stairs. As well as that, Nova's position could be quite a powerful one, but now that he's been drawn down, I'd assume that maybe a frag grenade will be flying towards him in a little bit.
Nova still has all of his gas grenades, so we can still buy a whole lot of time here for ShadowNet. They might actually be able to pull this one off. The first few people start coming out here. The Lags can't. He does get one, but is immediately traded back. Meanwhile, though, he's lost some teammates. He's lost User, Levi as well. Now they've got to start running. The first gas grenades will come out, but ShadowNet, they're playing with fire here. It's a 2v4. They basically had to abandon the site, as it's PC419 about to take the final steps, but Nova has snuck up on Steffi. Absolutely tears him a new one, and now I'm going to go in for the more ambitious plays here, as actually gas grenading away. Anyone can sneak up on him. Turns around for the peek. Can't quite get the shot he needs, but now he knows he's in danger. Space Prism has his back, but 6 seconds to go. That's all they've got to hold out for. One swing will get one. They need one more. Can they find him in 1 second? It looks like the answer is no. And ShadowNet,
My goodness.
run it down.
They run it down, run it back, and completely deny the plant for PC419. And that is quite a... Well, I would have to say that's probably one of the more rather unpredictable outcomes, but this is looking really good here for ShadowNet. A point advantage already over PC419. Them being able to, if they are able to push it to 4-2 scoreline at the end of the first half, I'll be very much impressed here. And definitely will be thinking that we might be seeing a successful for them scoreline, maybe on map number 1 to at least push it into a draw. And if they do, well, that is going to be already quite an upset here against PC.
Yeah, and this is something I said quite a lot last night about some of the matchups, but PC419, their goal should be to crush ShadowNet. ShadowNet have not had much success the last few weeks. They're yet to pick up a win here. PC419 crucially need these points, because if they don't, other teams are very likely to get it. In fact, other teams already have picked up the points against ShadowNet.
Yeah.
So they want to get in here and crush it. The 2-0 is obviously the goal.
I mean,
but they kind of want to do it in 7-0 fashion.
I mean, even Vlad said it's up to ShadowNet to play to put out the upset. So it's seeming that ShadowNet has taken up that opportunity. It seems to its fullest extent.
They need to make sure it doesn't go to the head, though. In the same way PC419 might be feeling the pressure on losing the ShadowNet, ShadowNet might be feeling the pressure, or even the high of getting close to their first win, right? So they can't let that get to them either. But one thing is for sure, Cthulhu, the closer ShadowNet get to winning a map, or even winning a series, the pressure goes up for both teams immensely.
Yeah, the closer the scoreline is going to get to the end of the map, the more pressure there's going to be. I'm curious about the decision of ShadowNet about not really playing around the bunker area and just rather full-on reinforcing it completely. So this is going to be now played as more so of the initial foothold for PC419. So it certainly has me a little bit confused, but maybe there's a bigger decision behind that.
Well, yeah, I'm confused too, because it's been probably the biggest weakness on the side for ShadowNet is how quickly PC419 can get into position. To give up almost an entire section of the defense, well, you better be getting a good reward for that one, ShadowNet, because that is a costly thing to give away. It's a lot of value, because look, PC419, they're already making good progress with the first hatch. They're already forward up in the bunker. So they've got 2 minutes left to do what they've done in about 1 in previous rounds.
Yeah. With Levi's position now at the pillar being forfeited, he will now be having to play a really kind of in the face of PC419. And he will need to really connect his shots, because otherwise this is going to be a very disadvantageous position for ShadowNet, because the next person sitting there is right behind the bomb, and well, that's already quite a chunk of the ground being given away.
No smoke either, so they can't rely on the final 30 seconds being kind of a given for ShadowNet. They need to actually win these frags as these swings start to come out. Vlad, he's going to find something from his dreams. It's just that one electrified wall right next to the site, and he's got a whole lot of canisters to go through, so he can make this opening as big as he wants to, or he can just make it as a little bit of a murder hole. It's all up to him, and all up to PC419. However, they haven't done much with all that time they've been given. They may actually be trying to make this last push perfect.
Well, there's push happening. Vlad, fantastic peek already, straight onto Nova. The moment that helmet charge detonates, will be able to find himself the kill to Bandit, who did try to go for a bit of a bandit trick to try to slow things down there, but right now Tesla is just waiting for the right moment. There's the opening onto Levi, so this is now the whistle for the Blitz to go in for the push. Space does manage to find the shot though on Vlad, so that is some redemption onto the Maverick, but right now this is all down to the peaks and all lags. All the shots just cannot connect. Tesla is able to survive on the last remaining bit of health, and well, the diffuser has been now down, and well, the timer is going to start ticking against the defenders.
How on earth did he not deny that plant? I don't believe it, but look at that. They've got to survive it somehow. 30 seconds. The health bar not looking very good for Tesla. They just have to hold the side. Another 23 seconds. User holding down the line, but he's going to be the one to make the move. But Shaq made it first. He got his kill. Now it's all up to the 1v1. Health bars incredibly low, but it's User who needs to make the move against a blitz. Tesla is going to be turtling up hard. The flash comes out. What's going on? We don't know. It's all Tesla to win the 1v1 at the end.
Tesla doing absolutely a huge clutch, even whilst being on a minimal amount of health. Being able to play around pretty much his health bar and his position, able to lure in the Kaid and force him to really go in for the frag before he goes in for the defuse. And well, fortunately for Kaid, punishes him quite severely. So 3-3 scoreline is going to be the end of the first half of Oregon, and well, Laundry Room will be yet again picked, but this time it is going to be PC419 to come around to defend and maybe show ShadowNet how it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, well, we have seen ShadowNet struggle a little bit on the attack before, but hey, tonight's been pretty good on defense, but all things considered, it's still an even half. You know, PC419 still caught up, still won half of those rounds. That said, a whole lot of them did come down to the wire, like that one we just saw, 1v1 right at the end, so it's not like you can't say those rounds could have gone either way each time. So now that we've swapped sides, ShadowNet, again, it's up to them to make the upset. It's up to them to come into PC419's house now, show them how attacking's done, like you said, Cthulhu.
Looking at the lineup of PC, they're changing things up just a little bit. They are once again bringing in the smoke that ShadowNet toyed around with on one of the laundry defenses, but that will be just about it. For the ShadowNet's attack, though, they are bringing in a Capitao, which is probably the main difference here compared to Tesla's Blitz. So with that said, I think actually the Capitao will be a pretty good decision to bring out, just to flush out that smoke of Shaq early on without even bothering to go through the ADSs, but this setup is going to be interesting.
Yeah, so is Shaq actually going to go on the other side? It doesn't look like it for now, so I guess we'll have to hold tight on that one. I think it's going to be maybe Tesla and Shaq. I'm not sure, but we got Vlad. I think he just got spotted by that drone, so probably won't start pushing up the stairs, but Lags will know. In fact, the pings are out, so he's already pre-firing the corners. But of course, that lets Vlad know what's going on upstairs, and he'll be able to back off nice and easily, although he has to be careful, knowing that danger could be right around the corner. We know he's safe, though, for now. It's really going to be Nova here. Just hoping one of these shots hits, I suppose.
Yeah, that will be the right way to call it, really. Right now, what ShadowNet are doing is certainly quite different comparative to what PC419 doing, and that is go for a multi-angle push and try and take control of the garage and maybe the meeting room would be a pretty good decision. But missing out on Steffi T's position is going to be a grave mistake that they may have not yet realized, rather haven't yet droned out, but Space Prism's drone could be fighting that, or at the very least just a rotation hole, which should hint at the roam.
Space Prism might have actually seen it with his drone that we just saw nearby Steffi T. So we'll have to hang tight, see if that does catch him out. Levi does look like he could be going on a little bit of a hunt here, trying to find the stairs, trying to find his way down, but it's Steffi T who's been holding down this one angle for the longest time. Although we can imagine ShadowNet might have an idea of what's going on and might just leave it alone. Because now we're starting to make this push. Remember, ShadowNet quite often run the clock down very low on the rounds they either win or just lose out on. And it looks like this is no different story. Problem is, Cthulhu, have they made enough progress by this point?
I actually think they did. With the fact that Nova does find the shot onto Steffi T, that is the roamer off the board. If they can find Vlad, could definitely be a very workable situation here, because right now, if they're able to take control of the Freezer, this could be huge. There's the kill from Tesla onto User though, so that is the Maverick out of the way, but at the very least they have some grasp onto the A side, so if they are able to go in for the push, this could be huge. But Lags right now is being a little bit iffy. He knows that there's some positioning behind the Ace A-bomb, and just waiting for the Flames to take care of that. There we go. Space, fantastic placement of the fire arrows, and well, right now it's down to remaining 3 players of PC419. Make it 2 as Vlad is already down.
Yeah, and here come the gas grenades as well. Plenty of time. Space Prism, he's trying to find it, but now it's the 2v2. The plant happening. So Nova, he's got to survive just a few seconds to get the 2v2. Shot through the wall, but it's just a little bit to the right. Shaq, oh no, what a disaster. But now he's going to go for the retake. Nova and Lags back to full power. C4 will open up the way. But Pun will be shown the way through the wall. Nova will take his head off. And now it's all up to Shaq. No gas grenades left. He's got to go for this retake. Whole lot of holes in the wall here. That's a dangerous spot to sit down and go for the disable. So he's going to go hunting instead. Around the corners here. He sees a toe. I think he sees a toe. Did he actually? I think he did. It's so hard to tell. He's not confident though. Should have heard that, but nope. It's going to be Nova popping up like the slippery snake he is to take Shaq's hopes away. And ShadowNet will clean up their round on attack.
Very nicely done by ShadowNet. Honestly, able to really pace themselves out really well, and like I mentioned before, able to ramp up the multi-angle push really and apply the pressure from the main stairs, from Laundry, and from the freezer as well. Did certainly reap the rewards there. So fantastic, in such a fantastic manner. They will be once again back into the lead points-wise, as they are only 3 rounds away actually from getting themselves the dub.
Yeah, really wanting to get that first point on the board. Remember, ShadowNet still yet to get a win. And they might be able to pick at least one up here against PC419. Only 1 round ahead, but this is great news for ShadowNet, especially after a round like that. But again, Cthulhu, it did come right down to the wire. Literally a millimeter or two to the left for Shaq. He would have stopped the plant and he would have saved the round. So honestly, so many of these rounds are on a nice edge. You can cut the tension like it's butter.
Or like a cake. Oh, butter cake.
Butter cake? Is that a thing?
I think that's the thing.
Because you got butter chicken, you got butter cookies, but butter cake?
I think I heard somewhere somebody.
It sounds like it would be a thing.
Yeah, it sounds like it would be a thing. But then why how come I can't remember even remotely the recipe of butter cake?
Well, I probably couldn't tell you the recipe for a buttered chicken either, except for maybe the jar sauce from the supermarket and the chicken from the supermarket. And then you put them together with some rice.
Good enough already, anyways. Well, talking about some sauce, we are about to see pretty saucy setup here from PC419, including Vlad being on a Maestro, which I think we occasionally see him dabble around in the Italian 3-armor operator, but he is almost feels sometimes like the kind of the jack of all trades kind of player, where he's just being essentially told, yeah, just play anchor. Okay, I'll play anchor. I'll bring a Maestro.
Does also kind of fill that little hole that's left with Echo still being disabled. Is a bit of a mobile, safe plant denial. So, you know, Vlad also has that little strength to play around with too. Could be a little bit of an idea on the side as well for PC419. So once more, oh wait, hang on, Levi, he saw someone jump across that doorway and they just jump back again, so he doesn't even know that they've moved. Although, looks like he has an idea. So won't be caught out by that trick, but we've already got our first little conflict going on. Space Prism. He's clearing cameras, so nothing too dangerous, nothing too crazy. Just explosions to hype us up, Cthulhu, but yeah, for now, ShadowNet, no one's dying just yet, but we're still waiting to see who's going to pick up that first kill.
I'm liking what ShadowNet did, really. They cleared out bit by bit the armory, the master bedroom, the trophy as well, and just ensure that this right side chunk of the map on the second floor is completely cleared out. So now they know that there's going to be some presence in the attic, some presence probably in the kids, presence in the main bed, main bunks. They probably already just droned out knowing that the games is clear. So that's another one that they've already know that they won't have to peek or rather worry about. So now here's the main issue: is they need to clear out that attic.
Oh, Vlad already. He's playing a little bit with death there, but Levi as well, as all Ash players like to do, playing very dangerously with his life, seeing if he can find a little peek around the corner. We're already seeing some people taking damage. Steffi's lost a little bit of health, but at least it has not been fatal. Whatever trouble it was, he got out of pretty easily. We're looking to take the tunnel here, take it back from, I believe that's Steffi down the other end.
Steffi right now just gonna be taking his time to really play it out, to really keep his position, because right now the breach hasn't actually been done on the attic wall. So right now, he will be staying in a relative safety. But right now, the frag grenade did damage a little bit on the Legion, and Vlad was forced out of his position. So right now, the push needs to happen. Vlad does not let go of the trigger though, so is Steffi. They are able to get rid of 2 of the pushes, but right now, Vlad once again, Shaq and Vlad with a triple, able to shut things down, put the foot down, and close out the round in their favor, back to a 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, and at that point, it truly felt like PC419 were reading ShadowNet like a book. They saw their plays, they cut them off immediately when ShadowNet got to make the push. You see PC419 start to get aggressive as well, and it really starts to pay off. Obviously, they got that first kill onto the diffuser carrier, no less as well, so already throwing a little bit of chaos. Nova, who ended up being the last man surviving, by the way, was put into such a dangerous position as well, had to run out of there. But there it is, they even it up. So PC419, they know they can still do this one. Remember that they are going to want to smash ShadowNet in this match, but already ShadowNet, they've been fighting back, they've been punching back, and well, honestly, this is feeling a lot like last night, Cthulhu, where maybe we might end up with the expected result, but the pathway there could be a completely different story. But maybe ShadowNet changes destiny tonight.
Possibly. If they are able to get the win over PC419 on at least one of the maps, this will already give them at the very least a point and a bit more of the confidence in themselves as to how do they want to play about it and in which direction to even head to with their playstyle, because previously it felt like they were still almost experimenting, maybe still kind of unsure as to which player needs to be on which role. But this ShadowNet right now feels much more consistent about their performance.
And I think that was really the thing that the first video we watched of the season of ShadowNet, where Minxie was talking about, finally getting the roster sorted and finally getting it nice and consistent. Well, I think now this is truly what that looks like. But, of course, it might not even be the end of the journey here. We'll see how they develop it along the weeks and maybe even throughout the series for ShadowNet. They haven't finished the job just yet. We're already praising them, and well, they've got to continue off a few more rounds. The PC419 have made it very hard. Levi almost gets his arm shot off there from the right-hand side. He's in a very awkward little spot here. He's got the barrels for a little bit of cover, but it's not a whole lot. Vlad, oh man, that drone's super annoying. Doesn't know what to do about it, but we'll have to just leave it. Let it be. Levi is still looking for something through this hole. This is actually a really little awkward spot. It kind of puts a little bit of a spanner in ShadowNet's plans here. Finally, Levi makes the push here. He's got a sweet little position, but has had to fall back just a little bit. All eyes seem to be on him. A lot of people that could be firing on him at any moment, but that drone does get taken out by Vlad, but they still know that he's there.
Vlad's position here is one of the rather more valuable ones right now. It needs to be very handled with extra care, because right now that presence on the watchtower stairs needs to be eliminated pretty quickly. Space right now plays for a little bit more of a disruption. Already used up one of his frag grenades, so here right now needs to wait maybe for the Monty to come around and to push, and well, there we go. User who will be applying even more pressure on the stairs.
Yeah, he's just going to be marching on down. Vlad knows he's got to be looking one way, but can't turn his back to the Monty. It's such an awkward position. Knows he has to deal with who's behind him, but can't let his teammates down either. Look at the indecision. He's got to choose one way. He's going to choose the bunker. Picks up one, and Pun will finish off Space Prism as well. The C4 for the hat trick. Not quiet, but it has forced the user back, and he will not have any backup.
There we go. At the very least, he's still able to maybe apply some pressure and maybe go in for a few swings with the pistol. But hey, actually it does manage to make it work and doesn't lose a whole lot of health as well, which does give him that very wonderful frag. So right now, ShadowNet actually did somewhat decent, but still being kept right at bay even without entering the bunker, which is a huge thing here. And with 38 seconds remaining, they'll need to be very swift about their push with ignoring pretty much all the reinforcements, all the setups. Shaq already finding a kill into lags, and all down to Levi and User, the Monty and the Ash, and things could get a little bit rowdy here, I reckon.
Yeah, at this point, they've been running through Malusi traps and just revealing their position constantly. Levi somehow is still alive after that. Steffi might even just be brought back up here, but it's all on ShadowNet. The pressure's on them for now to go for this one last push. Levi leading the charge with a singular hit point. It's User to pick up yet another one, but unfortunately, lads, They need to do it a whole lot quicker than this. Pun just wants to clean it up at the end, but ShadowNet had already run out of time.
A bit of an unfortunate outcome there for ShadowNet. They did have a really good start because Shaq was still trapped there behind the walls at the bunker. And if the plan would have gone down, say, they managed to get and take down the Melusi, take down the Kaid, even it out to 3 or 2v2, that would have been a huge play that the PC419 could have really lost there if Shaq would not have made any changes, or rather, if Pun wouldn't have connected to his shots.
Oh, well. Here we are with PC419 now in the lead. Finally taking that one back from ShadowNet. Yet it's still just a singular round. It is going to be the IQ, not the gridlock, to be locked on in for user, so nothing too out of the ordinary for now, but let's get into it here because I always talk up this round of the match, Cthulu, because it means we've got a team just one round away from securing that match point. When you secure that match point, suddenly the dynamic flips for your opponents. They can't lose a single other round, all the pressure in the world, and even then, they only reach overtime at best, so PC419 to lock in this one would mean a lot for them, but ShadowNet, I mean, I'm sure they'd love to stop it too. Get us to round 12.
ShadowNet right now, this is the main objective, just to make sure that they win out this round, push it to as much uncertainty as possible, push it to maybe even overtime, and force PC419 to be as uncomfortable as it possibly can be. Because otherwise, yeah, Vlad and co could really turn things around, make it a third round in a row, and well, with match point, ShadowNet wouldn't have really a whole lot of things going for them, which will be yet another tragic event for them.
Alright, well, rotations hold, all set up, reinforcing all now done and dusted, so ShadowNet, their turn to come on in and put it to the test. Or are we going to see PC419 go all the way to their match point? Let's take a look and see. Levi leading the way along with his drone partner, who's going to be his eyes. I think I know what he can see, and so now, seeing if he can see any feetsies underneath the door, but for now it looks like the push should continue throughout here, but Levi going to be readjusting himself to join his teammate over on the other side.
Yeah, push through a garage could really be a very useful thing to really do, because now that they know that it will be kind of a bit of a rough one to really go in for the direct approach to breach into the attic or the stage wall, they instead planning to take control of the garage, armory, and then the attic from the opposite side. So that is a really good adaptation at just the right time for ShadowNet as well.
Yeah, so they're going to have to play it off quite well, though, because PC419 has been a little bit on a roll since that last round. Certainly been looking pretty strong here. Space. He's trying to find his way in, but remember how sneaky Steffi T has been throughout these rounds here. Been often in awkward positions where you just don't expect it, but Levi, I think, definitely seems to have some idea of who could be around that corner. Steffi still hanging out there, still being very, very patient, has control of the stairs as well. But now it's up in the attic here. Vlad forced back just a little bit. He's got a really good little pixel angle here. The protection of the ADS as well. The man, oh, he's just waiting for them to show their head. He's pinging it out as well. He's letting his team know that he's got it. No, he turns away the very last second for the flashbang, but doesn't find the kill. And with that, it's going to be Guza to actually find one in the background here onto Shaq.
Vlad successfully is able to rotate out of the attic to kind of run away, but funnily enough, if you have a look, not a single player of ShadowNet actually have the diffuser on them. They dropped it off in the watchtower, which is about to be, yet again, PC419's territory, with Vlad's positioning being there. So this could be a really huge thing if PC419 discover that the diffuser is not there.
Oh, Steffi, he didn't know which way he was being shot from, and it was too late by the time he looked, and it's going to continue as Nova grabs Vlad as well. This one's looking like a ShadowNet round. Hun needs a big kill with that C4, finds nothing, doesn't get the shotgun shot, will get the second one, but this one is certainly too little too late because ShadowNet have already cleaned up the rest of his team.
Very nicely done by ShadowNet, able to find those 1v1 situations, isolate them, take all the needed angles and actions really to get to those gunfights, and finding that kind of weak spot, I suppose, of PC419, which was the vertical play in the kitchen, certainly has worked just the right magic there for themselves. So, well, with that said, ShadowNet are going to be bringing it back to a draw. Once again, we are at the similar precipice as to it was between Bance and Rufflecopter. The team that is expected to thoroughly lose out within this matchup is able to push it all the way to what is now an 11th round.
Yeah, massive props to ShadowNet. I mean, big improvement on previous weeks, so they've made it this far. They can make it all the way to the end. They've shown they can do it on attack, on defense. Doesn't matter which side. So, no excuses for being able to finish out the round. However, PC419, same sort of deal. It's not like they can't get it done on either side. They're going completely even with ShadowNet for now, so same deal. Next 2 rounds could easily be theirs. Otherwise we may just be going to overtime, like you were mentioning, or at least, well, I mean, if we go to round 12, that's definitely an overtime, but, well, maybe not, actually.
Well, either way, we might be seeing, well, we'll one way or another, we'll see at the very least the round 12 happen. So we'll have to see who will be advancing into this very round in, with the point advantage, rather. Because so far, there's been a bit of a back-and-forth game where ShadowNet were able to win out 2 rounds in a row, then PC419 won out 2 rounds in a row. So now, ShadowNet could really bring this back, especially on a kid's defense, which was somewhat close, but last time did go into the hands of PC419.
Okay, so there'll be Nova, along with User's Eyes, over Guardhouse, seeing if he can find anyone around. He's going to be all solo for now. Definitely going to be important plays. Has his own drones as well, so will certainly not be alone for now. Shadow have been really good on just not letting random people die at the start of rounds, which has been certainly something that has caught them in the past, where they'll just lose rounds because of that. And it's just continuing here in this final round here, or almost final round here, because still again, they've got the whole team. No one's been spawn peeked. No one's been just randomly fragged and then caught out by a rover. They have everyone, so it's all about just executing that plan at the end. User, this is a that is not a straight line, buddy.
Well, he was able to make it at least a consistent line. Meanwhile, Lags off screen was able to find a shot into Vlad, which is a huge thing here. And will further down the line would certainly ensure that, well, PC419 will be a little bit struggling for the numbers. But already we're seeing a breach in the walk-in closet. We're seeing a breach into the attic, which is about to have even more pressure. And right now, this is the beauty of how ShadowNet are pushing. They are separating the attention of the defense between multiple flanks, and this is where they might be able to isolate it into 1vx's and win them out, win those gunfights.
Oh, they've got their eyes set on Levi. See if it works out for them. In the meantime, though, all the gas grenades now are going to be coming out, trying to stimmy a little bit of that progress ShadowNet have been making. Shaq, oh, he's pushing forward. He's pushing forward. No one is going to be pushing up against him. Oh, Just will not be hit by any of those bullets. That could have been a disaster. Tesla pushing, but it's the wrong moment as he's completely blinded. Sprints on down the stairs to safety, but this could be well out of position. Shaq, final gas grenade now gone out. Actually, he still has one left, but he's going to turn for the peak as well. Whoa. Shaq holding the fort down, but can he keep doing it? Doesn't look like it. Nova will take a bit in return, but will get that one for free.
Yeah, I don't think Shaq was expecting a second person to really be there, so he went for a bit more of a wild sprint there. Tesla on the flank, though, is able to catch Space Prism off guard, and this is the retake of the trophy. Although Levi keeps on applying pressure. There's another peak going. Games has been taken. Tesla keeps on ramping up the rampage there. Lags is attempting to go in for the plan, but will be denied once again. Tesla is going for the upset here and for the big play. Another gunfight. 1v1 situation. 0 time remaining. It's PC419 to drain out the time. And the big props to the Jaeger of PC419 to just get all of those kills and push it into the favor of PC.
Oh, Cthulhu, it's so many good rounds where it comes right down to the very end, where you've got the 1v1s, you've got the 2v2s. Everyone's alive, and I'd love it for this match. I mean, as much as I love a good spawn peek and love a little bit of players being cheeky, I also like to just see good siege at the end of the day, where you've got everyone playing at their fullest. So props to both teams here so far, but PC419, like you said, they now have that advantage. They now have that match points. Round 12 here, It's now for ShadowNet to bring it to overtime, and is Blackbeard the ticket for that?
Yeah, I'm curious about that Blackbeard pick.
And the Ying.
And the Ying, actually. Yeah, that's a good point out, yeah. Ying should definitely help with the Jaeger ADSs, given that there's no Womai, he was banned out. And with the Ying's Candelas, they should be able to drain out a fair few of the Jaeger ADSs.
We've also got the hard breach device for Space Prism and
Correct,
Capital,
yeah.
so perhaps playing with a few interesting angles that could catch PC419 off guard. I mean, you get a little window, you can throw in any firebolts, smoke bolts. You've also got Blackbeard to combo with that too.
Yeah, well, Space has been actually pretty consistent with bringing in the secondary hard breach device. He did it for one of the, I think, meeting room pushes when they were trying to take control of the second floor and apply that vertical pressure. So here, him bringing that secondary breach device is not a bad idea. So we'll have to see whether he will be able to utilize it correctly, because for the time being, they will need to firstly get rid of all of this roam that Steffi T is setting up.
Yeah, Steffi T's been pretty big on the roam throughout the series so far. We'll be just chilling out downstairs in the laundry for now. So it doesn't look like it's going to be too much of a hard roam. I believe that is all the defenders actually hanging out downstairs on the site. So it's all up to ShadowNet now. It's just one big push. And that's all we're looking for. Nothing too crazy, nothing out of the ordinary. We've done this site a million times. So it's all up to execution on this one.
They were able to, funnily enough, win actually a push onto Laundry in their first attacking round. So it's nothing too impossible here for ShadowNet to do. PC419 certainly looking a little bit hesitant on a fair few of their engagements, or rather not too confident. And it seems that maybe a few of those rounds that they did lose are getting into their heads. But we'll have to see, because right now Levi's live drone should have indicated at the very least that there's no immediate roam on the top floor, but Steffi T's position is going to be probably the most curious for me at this very moment.
That should keep them guessing.
Yeah, Steffi, a very interesting one throughout these rounds. He's always been in very curious positions to catch out the members of ShadowNet off guard. But it looks like the droning time is over, as we've got to go in and finally start making some presence here, because PC419, I mean, they're still setting up some defenses downstairs.
I think they were rather more so moving the shields there just to adjust to where the push is going to come around. Steffi already gave the indication as to where one of the pushes is going to happen. That is the freezer room as well as the main stairs. Levi, unfortunately, even with all the Candelas going out, gets downed either way, but both of the Vulcan shields have been taken down. Lags has been injured there, whilst Vlad has taken a half health, and right now Steffi's the one to respond here. Able to find the second one, actually. That's a double. Can he find the third one? No, cannot. Nova able to shut him down. So right now in a 3v4, it's still a little bit of a hurdle here for ShadowNet to go over.
Yeah, 38 seconds, so this is one's going to be a little bit difficult to execute. PC419, I believe that was the third and final gas grenade to go out, so it's just the last push. The Candelas are now going all out in force, but it's Lags going to be taken out as soon as he goes in. Vlad as well continues it, and with Shaq to clean up the last one, that one is everything done for PC419 to take the first map.
Yeah, PC419 were able to really get themselves sorted out on the last few rounds, able to finally make it work for themselves, finally get themselves back up and running to the right, I suppose, standard of the game. And well, ultimately 7-5 scoreline. I mean, look at this. Vlad on 13 kills, Nova's on 10. Big props to ShadowNet really for pushing it the way it did with a 7-5 scoreline. It's been quite a while actually since we did see ShadowNet get that close to really pushing it into overtime and potentially winning out the map number 1.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's been a rough first few weeks for ShadowNet, but looking really promising tonight. However, PC419 taking that first win means they are putting themselves on track for that 2-0, and to see if they're going to be able to clean that one out, or if ShadowNet will pick up their first win of the entire season, make sure you stick around, because after the break, we're going to map 2. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Season 3 of LPL Pro Rainbow Six Siege, brought to you by WD Black. We are just into our very first match so far, and well, it was a pretty close one there, Cthulu. ShadowNet almost pulled it out, but at the end of the day, PC419 will take map number 1 on Oregon, but now we get to go to Clubhouse, now we get to go to ShadowNet's pick, and well, is that going to be the answer? Because, I mean, that was pretty close by ShadowNet.
Look, yeah, but prior to the matchup, I was being a little bit skeptical about ShadowNet's play on either one of these maps, but after what they showed us on Oregon, I am slightly starting to feel the ShadowNet train here, maybe, because look, those guys they definitely have been putting in the time, they definitely have been putting in the effort, and well, even with the 4-core play, well, they still have the chance to really bring this back. So let's kick this off straight away onto the Clubhouse Smite, as right now the ban phase will be kicking things off, and it's going to be PC419 to ban first for their defense. Well, it's going to be for their offense initially, but they are going to be defending first on the first half of Clubhouse. But Capitao will be banned out. Certainly seeing as how powerful he was in the hands of ShadowNet will be a pretty decent decision. But bear with us, ladies and gentlemen, as unfortunately as tech issues have been plaguing us, but
it's all the jokes we make about Australian internet, Cthulu. I think they're finally coming back to bite us, because while we have perfect heavenly internet here in New Zealand, unlike Australia, well, we get bitten a little bit hard here by the tech issues, I guess. This is our technical karma while we're having this happen. But luckily for us, we do get pretty much the entire game here, just a little bit of overlay issues, that's kind of whatever. We still get to see that PC419 picked up the first round. Heading over to CCTV, my personal favorite site of all time. And ShadowNet gonna have to close this one out. No, just to remind you as well, get it up there, we've got Capitao, Thatcher, Mirror, and Valk were all the bans. So very normal, very standard for Clubhouse. But the big one, of course, is Thatcher, which means getting through that first door on CCTV, well, we get to have the whole song and dance, rather than, well, just Thatcher throwing a bunch of EMPs at it. So, it's Vlad actually in a bit of an awkward spot here. Oh, he does just get seen through the hole, and will get taken out, so this is great for ShadowNet. They've got that first one done, and perhaps even full control of the garage if they can get in there. Though I believe, yeah, Tesla's sitting up there in the rafters, and well, like the usual case, well, I will be quite safe there. Oh, gas grenade actually coming out on the door to CCTV.
yeah. Well, hopefully we'll get things underway in just a little bit, as the push from ShadowNet is coming out. Already a double kill to happen for ShadowNet will be guaranteeing a very nice initial advantage here for them, but right now PC419 might still have all the right resources to really get themselves back up and running, because look, so far there's been a bit of a rough start for ShadowNet, and every advantage is needed.
Yeah, but look, Cthulhu, they've got half the round here. They've got to deal with Tesla. I think that's going to be the biggest problem for them at the moment, but once they deal with that, then they get all these different angles. Then they get this one entire extra side, but Tesla is much more than just a thorn on the side, much more than a stone to step on. As he's got one kill, is it going to be enough to hold them off just a little bit longer? Because it's not the only way in either. We've got to have Pun here holding the fort down. He's got a few angles to hold down himself. Tesla, though, what a great job he's done so far. It's already just a minute to go, and he's still alive here at full health.
Yeah, Tesla being able to hold his position here is certainly a huge thing to happen, given the fact that, well, they were able to really make it work, and he was able to keep up the rafters, because now this is going to force ShadowNet to go in for the push through the master bedroom, and this is where the main issue could be coming through, because now they will be funneled through a very small doorway, which could be held down really well by Stiffy T and Pun. And while Slags is applying some pressure, this may be a little bit of a dangerous situation here. But oh, very nice shot by Nova, taking the head off Steffi. Will be shutting things down. Now all down to Pun and Tesla. Pun falls down. Tesla is the last man standing. Needs to get anything, but cannot get anything running. And well, ShadowNet winning round number 2.
Yeah, wow. I mean, look, Tesla, I was saying that he might be the big problem that's in the way for ShadowNet, but at the end of the day, they can just go around and go a completely different way and not even have to worry about him till the very end. Catching Steffi T off guard as well. They got a good few shots on him before he could really turn around and make it his own fight. So good little push coming out from ShadowNet there. I really like the creative use. They found 2 different pathways that weren't working Cthulhu, and so they make another one.
Yeah. Oh. CCTV will be once again a retry from PC419's defense, as that just before was a bit of a failure of a play, but well,
Protect your bombs from being
big props to ShadowNet though instead, as they were able to really bring it to PC419 and really force them out of their comfort zone, out of their positions, and just make it work for them really well.
Something as well that will, if you're a PC419 fan at least, hopefully be different, is for Vlad to survive a little bit longer into the round. Remember, he got caught out kind of at the entrance to the garage, and that was a little bit rough for him. He got taken out pretty much just for free. So if he can stay alive just a little bit longer, that could be entirely all the difference. One more set of eyes, one extra weapon at the end when ShadowNet make their 3rd entryway, their final push. So that could be all the difference, maybe for PC419 to make it into a win here. But ShadowNet still have to do the same thing. They're going to be looking for those free kills at the start of the round too.
Yeah, sure will. They will need to make sure that, well, for ShadowNet more so, they need to get rid of Steffi T, who's currently at the bottom of the garage, as this could be a very painful experience if they won't be able to get rid of him, or rather even take control of the garage, because instead of having now a single man on the rafters, Steffi's positioning at the ground floor will be absolutely nuts if he would be able to throw the spanner in the works of ShadowNet's push. But right now it seems that for now, User TM was able to just make sure that, hey, I'm just gonna get the breach and keep on going with my way.
All right, well, now in all its glory, let's get into this round, because 1 minute in, we're still opening up doors. Only a little bit of damage on the shack, although some shots back and forth between each side. It's Tesla trying to find the Maverick on the other side, trying to find User. He sees some feet, he sees his body now that the whole wall's open, but he doesn't find the shots he needs to secure a kill. Only tickles User, who will walk away a healthy man. And even able to drone out just to see exactly how they were reacting. But that's one door open. But PC419 going to make this garage pretty tricky to get on through, because you got Steffi T down here on the ground.
Yeah, Steffi T still being fully well and alive, certainly making it a whole lot harder here for ShadowNet to take control of the positioning. But now he needs to go in for the rotate around the site back to the cache, because right now this is where the main heat is happening. Space and Vlad are about to duke it out as well in the logistics office, and right now it's just the upper hand for Space. Fantastic play, 4 versus 4 now. The spawn gets a little bit more aggressive there at the doorway, only just to fall back a little bit more. But that grenade, and very nice throw by Nova, and a frag to follow up by User, will be allowing them to keep up the advantage here. Another swing could potentially get another kill, but no, misses out the shots, and right now Space will have his sights trained right at that doorway.
Yeah, but you know that's how intense it is for Pun to run away so immediately. Means he has to hold this one tight. Now it's all on his lonesome that he's going to have to pull this one out. 30 seconds, one shotgun to the noggin. We'll get Space Prism out of here. 2 more to go for Pun. That is going to be a big play, but 20 seconds, he can make this one work. Lags has got to hunt him down.
He's got the diffuser as well, so he has the advantageous position right now. The moment the push through the window is going to happen, he needs to fall back. The push needs to happen right now. ShadowNet could really lose out in a 1v2 situation. One shot does connect. That's 2. Nearly hits that. The frag needs to come through in the next 5 seconds, but the shotgun comes through. Pun, absolute Chad moves there, able to really punish the roster of ShadowNet.
The hero in need at a great time. Pun, what an absolute legend for scoring that win there. Very tense, very tight. Few seconds. He had a lot of decisions to make. Whether he goes for a push, goes for a swing, tries to run the timeout, whether he holds the diffuser in a certain position or not. But he stays calm and collected, so winning only the second round for PC419, but it could be crucial. Knowing how close we went on Oregon, every round will count. So scoring one in a fashion like that could send PC419 to the 2-0. But we'll have to play out the rest of the round. But for now, we can certainly sing the praises of the man, Cthulhu.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Attackers need to locate
Oh, there we
and
go.
defuse as many bombs as they can.
PC419 back at the lead, but only by a single point. And my goodness, what a round that was. They were able to really make it as close as it could get. And when the moment we thought that PC419 were about to lose it, Punisher came around with the shotgun and SMG-11 and a dream. And boy, that dream was ambiguous.
The thing is, ShadowNet, they were having a good snooze because their dream was beautiful, right? They had gone in for a push. They nailed it down to something like a 4v2 in the final seconds. And yeah, they had to do a little bit of hunting, but it should have been a all but sorted deal. But yeah, you got pun in the way, then suddenly, well, you got to bargain a little bit harder. So ShadowNet going to have to go back in here and try once more. We're heading back down to the basement for the church and Arsenal push.
Yeah, Church last time was a little bit of a questionable performance there from PC419. They've managed to really clutch it out, but it was so close. I believe it did go down to 1v2 or 1v1 situation, which nearly saw PC419 lose out on their initial momentum. But alas, that did not happen. So maybe PC419 are able to really repeat the history once again.
All right, User gonna spot one, spot two. Will he get the drone out? I think he might have, but Vlad's gonna be there to push in on anyone that thinks they can get through the tunnel without any kind of contest. Usually pops up a little bit later on in the round, so quite interesting that ShadowNet are drawing PC419's attention down there already. Looking over at the attacking side, Nova, of course, on that sledge. He's gonna be able to open up every little bit of floor he needs to. Do we have any kind of trick, any kind of impact to stop this breach? It doesn't look like we're going to be throwing it out just yet. No, Tesla is going to try for it. Will not get it. Will get a few shots, but he is so low himself. Is going to have to cower in fear. But no, the courage on this man to move around, go for the rotate, stays alive, but doesn't get a kill. All things considered.
Yeah, he's able to dish out quite some damage to Nova as well in return. So that was a pretty decent trade out. Although, yeah, unfortunately, the hatch still got opened up. So that was quite an unfortunate trade overall in favor of the attack. But we gotta say, right now ShadowNet will still be feeling pretty happy about this general outcome. They still have the vertical game, they still have the hatch, so everything is looking just nice.
I mean, just look at the map right now. It's every single angle ShadowNet are starting to come from. There's all these different entrances that PC419 have to bounce back and forth between. Levi now down the hallway, trying to see if he can breach a little extra hole, a little bit of extra sight. But for now, still just getting a little bit of extra eyes to get that info. But with the clock so low, they are going to have to make a move soon. It's Nova to open it up with the frag. User as well, but will Lags get his kill? Yes, he will. ShadowNet on a roll, but it's Pun to stop that roll. Vlad waiting for his own bowler to stop rolling down the hill. Will get that next kill. 30 seconds, and, well, ShadowNet, 2.5 men versus 2 full men. But Space Prism, oh, he gets a kill, but he's so low. So is Nova.
So it was Nova indeed. User is the next man for the job. There might be a bit of a crossfire shot, but right now Vlad needs to start rushing for the push. He needs to go in for the swing. Spots one, gets the kill. That's a double, but too many crossfires for him to tend to. And well, User is able to really bring it in at the end of the round for ShadowNet to take round number 4.
Yeah, what a solid one there for ShadowNet. They're really coming back out of the gates. They're showing their performance over in Oregon. Certainly not a fluke. Nothing out of the ordinary for tonight. They've just improved enough to continue to take rounds off a team like PC419, which is honestly quite impressive so far if you've seen their progress throughout so far. So really, really good performance from them so far, but they are still yet to pick up their win. So closing out the map is really what should be on the table right now. We're going for a retry, Cthulhu. Are we going to see PC419 get it done this time? That was a really good push by ShadowNet, though.
Yes, gotta give it to ShadowNet. They definitely made it look like a very flashy push. A few hiccups here and there, but overall they managed to keep the man advantage in their favor. And with quite a substantial difference, gotta also say. That was a consistent two-man disadvantage for PC419, and they were able to just keep up that pressure, which they have been lacking throughout the most of Season 2 as well, gotta say. Actually, for that matter, they've been lacking this on the first 2 weeks as well of their playouts during Season 3, so this is a very welcomed change for ShadowNet's roster.
And it can kind of show what one small change can do. But I still want to see if PC419 are going to be up to the test tonight, because we didn't even think they were having a test tonight. We thought this was just a pop quiz for them, a little bump along the road throughout their round robin. But you know, ShadowNet have come up to play, so the challenge now for PC419 to close this one out. I mean, they've already got map 1, so like we've been saying back in Oregon, is that any team can take any rounds right now. It's honestly so close with how they've been going, down to the wire.
Yeah, the main question that kind of begs me right now, that I don't think we will ever get the true answer for, is, was it the issue with the actual player roster, or was it with the issue with their morale and the experience?
Well, I mean, the morale...
More so, is it PC419 acting weirdly for their performance, or is it actually ShadowNet being much better?
Honestly, I think it's just ShadowNet being much better. They've come up to play today. A good little impact trick, though, shows that PC419 are also playing pretty well tonight, too.
Bomb located by
We'll
attackers.
deny that breach for now. And Tesla, oh my god, he survives on a blink of health.
Absolutely naughty swing there for Tesla. Surprisingly being able to stay alive, and well, even a slight bit of damage, well, we'll be taking him down just like that. Nova, fantastic peek, able to find a revenge for his teammate. And with that said, there's still yet to be the push happening, and the only thing that Tesla will be missing out is the C4, really, for his team.
Alright, that is the second gas grenade now out for Shaq, who's going to use it to try and push and get rid of this drone up in the vents. And that's the real imposter there, as you can tell. Spotted out, voted off the ship. But, continuing on, he stays alive. That, I just heard, would have been the last gas grenade. I think, yep, there it is. It's now out. So Shaq, all out of options to run that clock down. Can he get out of here? Because he's got two very tight angles, which are really going to block his escape entirely. So Space is going to go in, drone him out. Maybe try and bait out the shot as well. Actually, he's getting greedy. He's going to go in for a little bit more. He knows Shaq is there. And Space will find Steffi from, wow, downtown. That was such a long shot.
That was a very well coordinated and very well placed shot there. Shaq is surprisingly still about to get a kill, just as I say that he does manage to ramp it up, but a very large pre-fire from Lags will be claiming the life of the smoke player. Now leaving again, Pun on as a last man standing, but not for long. Lags is there to shut him down, prevent him from doing any kind of disruption work. And well, ShadowNet being even more so impressive here than even Oregon, once again pushing this into their favor. Now 3-2.
And that's kind of what the round before looked like, where Pun pulled out the crazy clutch play. That's what it should have looked like for ShadowNet to clean it up, where they had a big man advantage, and they just go in and cleanly execute. Don't let Pun turn Super Saiyan, just shoot him in the head before he does anything, and that's what it's going to look like. So ShadowNet now take the lead after pulling out a few rounds now. This is looking like, again, a map that they can win. Of course, we'll have to wait to see if they can still do it on defense after we close out the round here on the final round of the half. But honestly, all things considered, ShadowNet looking fine tonight.
Oh yeah, they looking mighty fine right now, Smite. Being able to take it to PC419 now, that is quite a statement and a half, especially after the way how PC419 were playing in the previous weeks. Certainly showing quite a good progress there for themselves. And this is exactly what I've been talking previously. They have all the good theory. They had all of that done since pretty much beginning of Season 2. They were missing out on coordination and gunfight. They finally managed to up that for tonight and for themselves, and already reaping the rewards. Unfortunately, map number 1 didn't really see them close it out. Maybe map 2 is going to be their forte here.
Yeah, and this is one of those ones, one of the series where I will say, you know, no matter what, ShadowNet can walk away tonight with at least a bit of a win. But at this stage, I'm willing to stop and say, you know, ShadowNet, it can absolutely take this map here. There's no reason why they can't just come in here and take it. So, you know, they've still got a little while to go before we call it a win, where they actually have to get a win.
Yeah, win still needs to happen, so we'll need to see whether that's the case. But for now, I mean, look, ShadowNet taking their time. They're gonna try to set themselves up with a multiple angle. That is a very fat yeet. That is that Nova tried to set there, but will not be initially getting the right swing. Vlad is already actually fully prepared, but getting continuously drawn will potentially force him out of that position, or maybe just force him to maybe fake it out. We'll see.
Nova, very quick on the trigger there. We'll move in and get the cameras. Vlad's still hunting down that drone. I think he finally got it, so we'll be happy on that one. Can finally play on the stairs again. He's probably been missing that a whole lot.
Attackers have located a bomb.
But he's going to have to make it up there to actually go for any kind of kills on the roams, try and sneak up on them. But of course, they know that he's down here. His presence is known. It's been a while, so he's going to play the patient game. See if he can hunt anyone down. We're still going to have User, of course, opening up the tunnel to play the whole which way are we coming from kind of game.
Yeah, this is the beauty of also the way how ShadowNet are playing. They are very unpredictable as to where they're going to push. The fact that they know that Vlad is still roaming around the main stairs did allow the Maverick to go in for the push. Steffi, unfortunately for Lags, will be taking him down, and well, that will be about it for him. But the user already managing to make a revenge here for his fallen teammate onto Vlad, and that is the roamer off the board. That's the Maverick that went through the dirt tunnel and went in up the main stairs. So props to user right now to be that flex player right now for ShadowNet.
Yeah, when the roamer gets roamed on, and with that, it's going to be fantastic to find. User gets yet another one as he finds Tesla will mine now off the table. No more free frisbees as the round goes on. Steffi will have to move back from that position behind the soft wall. A few shots could take his life. Shaq as well. In a bit of a scary spot too, but Pun swings back. This one's not over just yet for ShadowNet. They've got to get this one done in a few seconds here because time's running out. Shaq's gas grenades now going to help them try to run that clock down, try to deny any kind of plant. There's no diffuser no, actually they do have it, but Levi loses his life and loses the diffuser. One player remains, but Nova has no time and no hope. We'll get one kill, but as you can see, bullets, they lose effect when that clock hits 0.
Correct, and with that said, first half does conclude on map number 2 of Clubhouse. ShadowNet, unfortunately, were not able to really push it into a 4-2 scoreline, but a 3-3 scoreline on their attack. I will call that already at least partially a win. Now they need to perform well on the defense, and last time we saw them, defense was not their perfectly ideal setup, but they were able to make it to make it work. And here on CCTV, I'm definitely curious how will they be able to play their cards, because this matchup is the very first time they have a very solid chance of getting the win.
Yeah, this is the closest they've come to actually winning just even a map, let alone a series, so they've got to certainly be feeling this one. Like you said, now they've swapped onto defense. We said it's been shaky before, but I mean, yeah, how did that look on Oregon? It looked fine, looked just as good as their attack, so I'd say confidence should still be here for ShadowNet. The theories for how to defend here on Clubhouse, particularly a lot of these sites like CCTV, have been mapped out a whole lot, so you know, they've got plenty of tools to work with. I mean, they're probably going to go with very similar strategies. Stick the Wamai up in the rafters, hold the door to CCTV, try to deny any kind of breaches. You got the Coyote for it, so sometimes a little bit fun to trick with, and a lot safer than a bandit as well. Can just hang far back and yeet it into the wall. Imagine a bandit could yeet his batteries.
That would be a very bizarre idea, just throwing the car batteries at the wall. That would have been a very interesting concept. Maybe a bit of a time for a rework for Old Mate Bandit to become more so of a Kayak, maybe.
It's not like he plugs the battery into the wall. He plugs the battery into itself, and I'm not an engineer or an electrician.
He electrocutes the outer, like the metal parts of the battery, so then when it connects to the actual metal parts of the reinforcements, it actually, well, channels that electricity, I suppose. But I think in real life it just more so causes more so of a spark rather than the continuous electricity running through the fence. But maybe I'm wrong there. For now, what is not wrong is Nova about to get the shot onto Steffi. It's Shaq instead to find the kill onto Space, and minusing out the Thatcher, or rather the Jaeger would have been a huge thing, but Nova, great revenge, get a great kill and a refrag onto Steffi.
He got it through the soft part of the wall that hadn't quite been burned yet, but the hard part of the wall had been burned off. So really good little play from him. A little bit risky, not being able to see it, but that's still great anyway. Another one will fall as ShadowNet. The defense is starting to crumble here, and even though they've gotten rid of the Maverick, there might be a few other ways for PC419 to slip on in.
I mean, they still have the Habana as well to roll with, so that will just be more so of a matter of time before the breach really happens. There's no bandit charges, no Kaya charges as well either, so right now PC419 get an easy breach. And, well, as it stands, ShadowNet might be having a bit of a rough patch here.
Yeah, already having the floor open up beneath them, and Levi just immediately books it out of there. Does not want to get his feet shot off. Vlad as well. He's going to have to deal with Levi, who's hanging up here on the rafters. This drone, well, it's going to confirm everything that they probably already knew. But here it comes. Here comes the flashes to drain out the ADS. One of them didn't even get up and above, so that's one extra charge he's going to have. Gun trained right on the doorway. Just basically has to not be peeked on here. User could save the round for ShadowNet. 40 seconds. So this is still certainly doable. They're still trying to drain out the ADS as well. Should be all gone now. Maybe one or two left. Vlad ends up blinding himself. Can User find anything here? Staying alive, but that's actually through the window. User and Levi both get taken out. It's just Lags to defend. Before I can even finish that sentence, he's taken his head off.
What a play and a very ferocious push, gotta say, from PC419 at the end of that round. We'll be ensuring that, well, PC will return back to the lead here points-wise. We're back to a 4-3 scoreline, and maybe they are looking at continuing the point advantage here for themselves, maybe extending it a little bit more into 5th point, but we'll have to see. Church and Arsenal Room is generally one of those sides that is more so preferable by the defense, but we'll have to find out soon, because looking at the lineup, ShadowNet certainly got everything, all the right utility really to gain all the needed information, deny all the breaches. I believe Maestro would have the impact grenades, so is Legion, so overall they could definitely deny quite a fair bit of the breach.
Yeah, and that's going to be the big way to do it too. You got the Kaid as well to make it, you know, even more of a problem to deal with. You're very likely going to see Steffi have the main job of trying to open those hatches, unless we've got a few Kaid charges going to be sitting around somewhere else. I have to hang out and see where they end up going, but yeah, this one, it's always a fun one to see on defense. ShadowNet, a little awkward back on that first CCTV, but near the end it looked like it was going to be a little bit closer here. They did run the time down, but that could have just been PC419 ending up being quite patient. But let's get into this one here. The tunnel always a fun one. You've got the Goyo to really make this one make you question yourself if you try to go down the tunnel. You got to get through all the Vulcan shields, run down all the time the flames take to run on out. So Steffi, he might open this door, he might drone on in, and then be like, nah, I'm not bothering with that.
I think he's more so just curious if anyone would actually be holding behind those Goyo shields, because sometimes we would see that somebody would be playing behind the, or rather at the end of the tunnel, and then just using the Goyo shields just to detonate them at a certain time. But it seems that right now, Space Prism is quite dead set on getting, well, draining as much time as possible there.
Yeah, look, he's gonna hang out around here. We also saw, of course, Steffi trying to, you know, open a few things up, get a few shots, but the idea is that now Space Prism has to look there. He has to keep his eyes strained down that tunnel. Otherwise, he's going to lose his Vulcan shields, or the entire tunnel itself. So, has to be super careful on that. Vlad as well will be flushing out anyone who's hanging out down here. As we can see, there is someone down there, but will be protected by the ADS. So do not want to run that one down. Steffi has been shot through the floor. That Maverick now gone. This could be where the impact tricks come in very tight. They can get it. They get one. Can he get it through the floor? Yes, Levi continues. Does he get the second impact trick? I don't think he did. He didn't, but he cleared the floor above Cthulhu. No one's there to jump down.
Yeah, the attack will definitely have to think twice about even setting foot on that floor, because no matter what, there's going to be a very nasty angle to be held. And right now, Pun actually knows exactly where that Legion is. Still realizes that Pun hasn't spotted that position, and well, right now a pre-fire could be huge here, but instead it's the damage from the Zofia onto Levi that will be forcing the Legion player out of the position, but still hanging around the hatch and trying to maybe hold a tight angle on the drop down.
How is the man still alive? He might even get an extra goo mine that Shaq just walks over. However, will not let that get in the way of taking Nova out, as well as the camera too. So all things looking pretty good for him. PC419 have 40 seconds to make the final push work. Levi staying alive could be all the difference. Vlad, a good little bird's eye view here, but it's the frags he's looking for. If you can even see Levi, he can take his life very easily. Final few breaches now going to be opening things up. You've got Shaq waiting, ready to take away anyone's life around the corner, ready to go for a swing, but that swing has to come now. He's about to move in. The flashes, no effect. ADS still in position. Doesn't even have time. Has to go for a swing into the blind. Oh no, running into each other in the doorway. You need every second you can get. Shaq down through the hole. Will not find him. Caught reloading as well. And Shadownet should be looking to hold this one. No sweat.
Run out of time.
Oh man, Shadownet just on a whole new level right now. Able to really shut down any kind of push, slow down everything down to the last seconds. And look, this is an absolute banger of a match here, really, that they are bringing against PC419, and the result that we might have been expected to be the 2-0 in favor of PC still is under a very large question mark here, Smite, because a 4-4 scoreline with the fact that Shadownet and PC419 are trading blows on a very even ground, gotta say, the future is certainly looking quite uncertain here.
Yeah, I mean, look, at this stage, it's honestly getting to the point where it's a coin flip who's going to be winning, because both teams are starting to show up. It's really just coming down to the execution. Their plans are great. You know, you can see they're both catching each other off guard at times, but they're also both reacting really well to each other's plans. So this is a really great battle of two teams reading each other very, very well, and it results in a really close match, Cthulhu. Like you said, being super exciting to watch. And the cherry on top is that it is potentially Shadownet's very first win, so it means even that much more to them.
Yeah, this could be a absolutely huge win here for them to break their loss streak. It would be an absolute
5 seconds to go.
nuts time. Funnily enough, this is also only the first match that we're also witnessing tonight. We still have another banger one that I'm actually quite curious to talk about later on, but for now, look, PC419 looking definitely quite uncertain about their push. They seeming maybe a little bit lost almost about where do they want to push, how do they want to approach that, and certainly few questions are being asked here about how prepared are they for this very match.
Well, they've at least made it very even. Both teams seem like they've showed up to the match with all their homework done, all research on the other team done, and every site, every map planned out, but it's all come down to this. One very close map one, and we're 4-4 here on Clubhouse on map number 2. PC419, a little bit back and forth on attack so far. Opening up the site nice and easily for now, but where is everyone, Cthulhu?
Oh, everyone is just hiding right now, really. It's a calm before the storm, Smite, as User is just waiting for the peak, really. He's just watching through that slit right now of the ballistic shield, trying to maybe find that Zofia who just opened up the wall. But apart from that, it's a game of maybe a little bit of a spookier peekaboo here, because those magnets should be able to catch the projectiles for the most of it. But yeah, there we go. The ballistic shield does go down. User does take some damage for the trade of it, but still stays alive and still is able to apply some more pressure up at the rafters, and Space Prism's flank here could actually throw in a spanner in the works if PC419 will not be too careful here.
Oh, Lags took a big chunk of damage from somewhere, but has stayed alive, so very crucial to keep him around too. But there it is, Space Prism gonna be the first one to fall on that Jaeger. Shaq has been hanging out under the site for oh so long, looking for anyone to show him their feet, but has not found the kill just yet. Levi will find his own death through the back of a murder hole. Steffi T happy to claim that one. And now it's got to be this push coming in from PC419. They've set it up perfectly. Lags on death's door. Nova and user TM very close. Hanging out. Their spots are good. Nova stays alive, but he was waiting for the peak and had to change position. Lags actually got his shot, but user was traded out, so it's all up to Lags and Nova. Through the wall, Lags gets 2? What? The C4 goes out? Does he blow it up? Yes, he does, but no kill is found. They're still incredibly low, and there goes Lags. Just Nova with a hair of a hit point left to go. The C4 thrown out. No one killed. No damage either. And with that little health, it's easy as pie for Pun to swing around the corner and take a bite out of that one.
Oh man. That play was so close for PC419 to lose it out, as it was actually mind-blowingly close. But props to Lags for pushing it as far as he did. Getting that double kill, that was a phenomenal play, but unfortunately just not enough for him to close it out. So Gym and Bedroom will be the decider whether Shadownet will be able to draw out the scoreline or whether it's PC419 that will be able to run away with a match point here. And series point, actually, for that matter.
Yeah, getting incredibly close. I mean, if you're Shadownet, you're feeling a little bit sweaty right now because you're so close to that first map win. You're so close, only a few rounds away, and your opponents are only one ahead of you, but PC419 have taken the lead. And it might not be in the fashion that they were looking for, but 2-0 is absolutely their goal, and they'll do anything to get it at this point. So Shadownet, oh, I mean, it was close, but you got to remember, Cthulhu, that first round started pretty awfully for Shadownet. They lost quite a few and were on about half as many people as PC419 had when they went for their push.
Yeah, PC419 being quite dedicated to try their bestest really here to push it into their 2-0, but I can't give enough credit to Shadownet. They have managed to improve quite a fair bit, and even with the fact that they are currently playing with a full core in theory, with Levi being the stand-in for Minxie, they're doing extremely well. I'll say that, but although after all of these praises, it's still also yet worthy. It's worth to mention that fortunately they still yet to find the dub, which is probably the most important part here, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's got to feel rough, I can imagine, for them for now, but they got to hold strong. Very close. Looking into this round here, round 10 Cthulhu. The Shadownet have brought it so close. Now starting to open up the doors here. As Steffi T, he's had a pretty big job so far, opening up hatches, now opening up the wall. Once this one opens up, then we get to see the party really start going. Also to mention as well, Shadownet have brought in a little bit of a difference here because they've got the Mozzie. So Lags, who by the way has been having a pretty good round, but a pretty good map, could be on that roam as well as all that intel denial. So the round could very much rely on him.
Lags' play is certainly going to be a very important one. Gotta also say that the rest of the roster will need to definitely pull their socks up. Especially Levi and the Space Prism, who unfortunately still haven't had yet a banger of a game. The rest of the crew, though, they're feeling quite confident about some of their plays. Essentially, User as well. He was one of the main players who was bringing in some of the highlight plays for the roster, and it will be quite an asset for if any team will, in the future, will consider picking him up. Nova, though, to kick things off, we'll be getting rid of Tesla, and that is the sledge, and that is the set of the grenades as well as the salt breach out of the equation. So that's already a solid beginning. No, way less people will be trying to get rid of those castle barricades that are currently on the windows around the site. So overall, This is looking pretty good, like a good start for Shadownet, but they've all taken a few chunks of damage. Vlad also is suffering quite a whole lot of pain right now, off screen and amidst the fight was what I'm assuming maybe with lags. But apart from that, really, 38 seconds remaining.
Oh,
PC419 are yet to push.
Shaq triggering Malusi's trap, but breaks both of them down and actually runs back down the stairs, so will not continue that push. Will not look for anything through there, but at Space Prism, he's been having his feet shot from below for so long, but he's got his first kill. Levi as well, in trouble. Eventually, Space Prism will go down. They shut him up, and it's actually all of a sudden PC419 out of nowhere, but not without Shadownet, sending one back just down to Lags. 8 seconds just to hold out a little bit. I said it would come down to this man. I didn't think it would be like this. The diffuser has been planted. Where's the retake now? He's not got a lot of health to work with, but neither do Pun or Shaq. It's going to come down to, hopefully for Lags, 2 1v1s. Can he find the shots that he really needs? Really looking for that headshot. Really looking for that one hit kill. But he's just not getting it. The timing's slightly, ever so slightly off. And 20 seconds have already gone by. 20 seconds to go. And Lags has not changed his position once. And so with that knowledge, PC419 will lock him down.
PC419 oh so close to losing that round once again, but managing to really persevere through all the difficulties that were happening and occurring there throughout that whole round. With that said though, they are now on the match point, which means only a single round remaining, which potentially could be Church, but last time we saw Church defended, it was in favor of Shadownet, and they were able to drain out the time. So right now, big question being, can Shadownet repeat their success on Church previously and push this into the 12 rounds, or rather we'll see them fall right here, right now.
It's one of those ones as well where it's not the craziest amount of pressure where the other team takes match point because you've been trailing them quite a lot. 2 rounds in a row to win. It's happened a few times tonight, so Shadownet are surely going to be fine with that. It's just like any other couple of rounds, right? But of course, once they win that, then it's overtime. So, picking a site that they've had some success on so far with, sounds good to me. Lock it on up. I mean, a big man from the last one, I've got to say, I believe it was Levi, I think, who was just on point with his impact tricks and managing to just shut down several breaches, get a kill in the meantime, and still draw attention. Still keep his health bar alive, even if it's only a few hit points itself. So, definitely look out for this man this time. I believe it's actually Nova this time playing on that kite, so possibly going to be him going for the impact tricks as well. User as well will have that option too, so... Of course, with Nova not having any impacts, only having the C4, it's going to have to be User.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a fair few times when it's the Maestro player rather than, say, Rook or the Legion that is doing the impact tricking.
Go for the C4 trick.
Do that. The C4 trick could be a good idea. I mean, we've seen also a few of the, say, Valkyrie or Pulse plays with the C4s from down below, but as of recently, we've seen a whole lot less, or rather, a whole lot less time spent by the attackers in the kitchen, so... Maybe we shall see the similar thing here. Maybe they're just gonna go in for a quick breach and then just bail out from the kitchen because they know how volatile a floor they can be.
Rounds can be won or lost. Today, series can be won or lost here. Oh, well, won or drawn here in the kitchen here. So you definitely want to be careful if you're PC419 because Shadownet have been showing that these rounds are not who can get the pick at the first moments of the round. It's actually who can execute their attack better, who can execute their defense better with all 5 members. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch this series so far tonight because so many big fights have been going on for now. Pun, nice big long range. Breach should be completely out of danger from that one. So very, very risk-free, and Tesla will be the first to fall. That's the sledge. I wonder how much of the floor they've already opened up, Cthulhu. Have they opened up enough?
I don't think they did actually, not at least by the sounds of it, because right now,
Time to make a new door.
I believe the frag grenade was also not really used up a whole bunch.
Did he get a
Vlad
second
taking
one?
quite some damage, and well, the breach denial is actually quite successful here from Shadownet.
That's 2. They've done it twice in a row. Here's the third and final shot, third and final chance. It looks like this one is going to go through without a hitch. without a hatch, even. Vlad will keep his eyes peeled for downstairs to see if any sneaky little members of ShadowNet are going to be hanging out. But it's the final minute, Cthulhu. The final minute for Cthulhu. Not for Cthulhu, for ShadowNet. For ShadowNet to try and survive this one. All 5 members alive against the 4 attackers for PC419. The pressure is on them to make this push happen. The pressure is on them to at least get one good trade where no one dies in return. Flash is now coming out, but this is where it's going to happen. The Vulcan shield's now burning away. It's now all or never. 3v2 for ShadowNet. It's looking pretty fantastic, but Vlad is shutting them down. He needs to get this one across the site. He's got a multitude of angles to worry about here. First shot misses. The plant's down right now for PC409. Now the shoe is on the other foot. Lags. Pressure is on him to get the kill across the side. Look at how twitchy his screen is right now. There's a lot of pressure. It's do or die. Levi, he sees him, he gets the shot off. That's the first step. They need one more. Lags hits quite a few and downs his opponent. That's it. They survive, and that diffuser is going down. We're going to the next round, Cthulhu. ShadowNet are alive.
Absolutely smashing performance there from ShadowNet, running away with such a phenomenal round there, and gotta give them the props. Lags and Levi doing some phenomenal job there, clutching the 2v2 situation in a post plant out of all the things where the pressure is extra high on the defense. Well, we are still on a match point. Only one round though differential between who will win and or whether we are going to be going into the overtime. So CCTV and Cash Room, final battleground here between the two teams. And last time this was the win for PC419, but it was such a close victory that it was absolutely stunning how they didn't lose that one.
Yeah, just like so many rounds tonight, Cthulhu. They have been right down to the wire, to the 1v1s and the 2v2s. Even the 5v5s have been excellent to watch. So, huge performance from both teams tonight. ShadowNet absolutely stepping up to the table here today. User last second swapping over to that Wamai. We'll be doing the usual Wamai things here on CCTV. Has one spot to hold and will hold it for as long as he possibly can. Space Prism is making the bed for him too, with a few extra ADS to help him out.
Yeah, the ADSs should definitely help the Wamai to keep hold of his position for way longer. As long as he doesn't overexpose his position, User should have a fairly easy run to really go with. Funnily enough, the kite charges, instead of going on the wall of CCTV, will be going onto the garage walls, which should slow things down a little bit longer. And then another thing is, I'm assuming the mute jammer will be put down by Lags around the wall, so that is going to be more so of just a slowdown, as they are expecting fully now that the breach is going to happen.
Yeah, breach gonna be on the minds of PC419 for sure. Space Prism, very interesting little spot he's got here. I'm gonna have to go back to him at some point to see what's going on with that one. Steffi T's been caught out at the store a few times, once or twice, so we'll definitely be looking out for it again. And there it is, the shot's coming at him again. Has he got enough of the door open? Can they continue to make this one happen, Cthulhu?
I believe so. The wall is fully soft now. There's the breach coming out, but there also could be the big peak. Interestingly enough, actually, User has swapped things around there for his team in an attempt to maybe electrify the wall for a little bit longer, but it seems that it didn't really do anything there for the team. But maybe on the entry, that electric shock could maybe deal just enough damage to maybe assist in downing. Who knows? But for the time being, not a single kill has been granted for either of the teams.
Yep, just the door being opened. It's going to be Steffi. This man, after he gets his breaching duties done, does quite usually go on a bit of a flank, and occasionally we'll find a kill, so definitely keep your eyes out on the kill feed for him to see if that is going to be the catalyst. As we're halfway into what could be the final round for PC419, all they got to do is clean this one up. No kills, no damage, just a few breaches. But I got to remember User up on the rafters. Remember, he's got a bit of backup. Nova's hanging there too. That is going to be a real problem to take out. But last time, we saw ShadowNet face the same problem. They just went a different way. And that could be what we're seeing PC419 do.
In position!
That's a little bit of an alarming state, though. for PC419, as only now they're starting to get the kills. Space is still on the Roman, could be the solution for ShadowNet to keep their advantage here. Already the breaches are starting to happen. The push onto the side on the cash room needs to happen as quickly as possible. They're not realizing that there's no presence there apart from Levi's peek hole, and if they are able to get rid of him fairly quickly, this is going to be their round. User's position and Nova could be huge, but User absolutely nuts. One tap. That's a good night for Vlad. Same goes for Tesla. Space with a flank. Also able to shut things down. Now it's a 3v4, and Shannon are certainly looking like they're just about to push this into overtime.
Yeah, it's smelling like overtime in here, Cthulhu, because ShadowNet, with only 15 seconds to go, have whittled down PC419, who now have to rush in and pray they can get the frags. Or pray they can get the plant. One will go down. Shaq with that one. Here's the plant from Hun. Is anyone going to stop this man? Not Steffi T. Well, he's his teammate anyway, but he's taken out. The plant is confirmed, but just one remains is the cost of it. Just Shaq to hold this one alive. Otherwise, his team is going to overtime. The disable is starting. Can he try and deny this one? He stops it for now. Gets one kill through the floor. 30 seconds to still hold this one out. His position, very vulnerable. One flash goes out to stop whoever's pushing on him. Gets the first few shots, but just doesn't get anything in return. They're double pushing him, and he survives. Wins the round, wins the map, and wins the series 2-0 for PC419.
What a play. Shaq, just absolutely phenomenal play there, and phenomenal outcome here for PC419, able to solidify the win, finally able to bring this back. But such a valiant effort. A close game, like Vlad said, but my goodness, an absolute clincher at the end of it all.
Not what we were expecting. I mean, apart from the 2-0,
yeah,
this is not what we called. We thought, yeah, this is going to be, ShadowNet coming in, doing the best, and, if things look like they have the last few weeks, then, well, it should be a fairly decent 2-0 for PC419. However, I'd say that was a little bit more work than a fairly decent 2-0.
Yeah, this is definitely a very good contention for a potential upset that ShadowNet could have really brought up here. And look, proud for ShadowNet that they are making some improvements, quite large improvements as a matter of fact. But also congrats to PC419 for running away with yet another set of wins here for themselves. That should be able to push them even further up on the leaderboard as well. I've been saying that probably for a multitude amount of times.
Multitude of seasons at this point.
Multitude of seasons, yeah. We're expecting PC419 to come through with the big dubs, and then Season 1 was not really that good. Season 2, they were almost there. They almost made it to the playoffs. Now they're looking like they just might be able to actually break through.
Yeah, but it is just a victory over ShadowNet here today, 2-0. They were looking for it, but hey, they got it. So with that now, ShadowNet unfortunately still yet to pick up their first win. But PC419, like you said, going to move on up the table and be happy with at least that. Now, Cthulhu, of course, we've got one more match. That one lasted so long, it feels like it was all of them. But hey, we still have more Rainbow Six Siege. So coming up after the break, we're going to have Elemental versus Skyfire. Stick around for that one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are still here. We still have one more match for this week to go. It's LPL Pro Season 3. It is Rainbow Six Siege, brought to you by WD Black. I'm Smite, Mr. Cthulhu. Lovely to have you here, mate. That was a banger match where we just got to see. ShadowNet, they almost got it done, but PC419 come out on top with that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, that was a very close matchup for ShadowNet to really almost play for the upset. I mean, both of those maps, Oregon and Clubhouse, so far looked like this is one of their kind of already evolving maps, really. They are able to bring in the all the pain train or all the heat to one of the top teams that is currently playing in LPL Pro, that is the PC419. And really, I genuinely am impressed, really, by the way how things really worked out here. I mean, look, if not, then at the very least, ShadowNet are certainly showing signs of life, but they definitely need to amp up those signs of life, because any further down the line could potentially be a risk for them to stay in the relegation bracket.
Yeah, it's feeling like, again, a little bit of too little, maybe too late, but of course there's still a few more weeks to go through. But as we're about to wrap up this week, we've got this one last match for you guys. It's a little bit of a treat. It's Elemental versus Skyfire. So this is another one, Cthulhu, where we're sitting back and we're thinking, okay, probably 2-0 for Skyfire. But we've been not wrong on our predictions for the last 3 matches, but maybe surprised in how we got there. But let's take a bit of a deeper dive, I think. Let's get into the rosters here to see exactly what we might be coming in. If we're missing anything, maybe, because Skyfire's coming in with Sequence, Smacker, Mateus, Archie, and Jigsaw. So the usual lineup, the squad, the boys are coming.
Yeah, the boys are coming back. The boys are back in town, and they're ready to really smash it out for themselves. All of them are a phenomenal set of players. They have been able to really perform quite well, although, well, with that said, they still had a bit of a rough run, weren't able to really get the dub just yet, as they are sitting, I believe, just about at the second lowest position on the leaderboard, but they are looking at redeeming themselves, and there will be potentially the chance for them to get that 2-0, but, well, the teams that will be contesting against them are going to be Elemental, and those guys, they're the fresh blood of LPL Pro.
Yeah, honestly, and these guys have been impressing me throughout some of their matches. I mean, they had a rough one last week where they did, unfortunately, get the 0-2, but their lineup here tonight, Fluxus, Geo, Dinkle, Cairo, and Distance. Now, these guys are starting to have their moments, starting to show what they can do so far, but now that they come up against Skyfire, that is a tough one. So what can these guys do against them?
I'd say probably do the similar thing that what ShadowNet did. Be unpredictable as much as you can, and either attempt to match the aggressiveness that Skyfire could be bringing in here, or try to play off the mistakes from that aggressiveness that their opponents will be bringing in. So there are a few ways about it, but I don't think that the Elemental are going to be the expected winners here of this matchup, at least statistically speaking.
Well, if everything goes to plan, then we'll get a very close one, but unfortunately for Elemental, we might not get any wins from them, but we'll see, because there's also a few more things we've got to get through before we jump into the match, Cthulhu, which includes the key player matchup, which is Jigsaw and Dinkle. Now, this is feeling like the key player matchups from all the other matches where I say, Jigsaw, fantastic player, comes in, pops off one of the top teams, Skyfire. Dinkle's great too. We haven't seen as much as him as some of the other players, but does he match up to Jigsaw?
Could be. Look, Dinkle is a very able player. He's very able to perform as a solo player. I would say with him plus, say, Distance, or him plus Fluxus, they can be a very deadly duos. And against players like Jigsaw, they could just be able to match him.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll have to see, because this is the last match of the night. And, well, it's a pretty big one, I guess. We've been saying that for a lot of them, but because it's an expected win, it's an expected 2-0 for Skyfire, it's very, very important for them to come in here, make a statement, and get that 2-0. But, of course, we've got to find out how the teams feel before the match. Very important to know what's going through their head just before they hit the field.
Experience playing against the top competition, so I don't think there's any question that we can definitely hang with them and fragging. I think as long as we all about showing up on game day, and I think if we can do that, then I don't think we'll have a problem with fragging. It's just got to win our ones and focus on getting kind of our objectives done, and then it can go well for us hopefully.
Well, we got some thoughts coming out from them, but I think the overall idea is that, yeah, they are feeling confident. They know that this is their 2-0, and, well, similar to a lot of the other actual interviews, is that they just know they've got to come in here and do the normal job, and it's on the other team. It's on Elemental to get the upset.
Yes, definitely. Well, the last thing that is remaining for us to talk about as well before we jump straight into the map, and fingers crossed, no technical difficulties, is going to be the vetoes for us to witness. First of all, we will be seeing Skyfire actually pick Villa, one of the rather more so unorthodox picks for the Skyfire roster. And then the next one is going to be Elemental's pick Coastline, where they were actually playing a very dominant game against, I believe that was ShadowNet in their very first week of the season 3, where they were able to go for a few very interesting runouts, some very interesting plays, some very good aggression as well. So I think if not Villa, Coastline is definitely going to be the place where Elemental might show their true colors here.
Yeah, but first they've got to get through Skyfire's pick, which is going to be Villa. Like you said, it's on the lesser end of being picked up, so we don't see it as much as some of the other maps, but teams have worked out quite a lot of it. So, You know, you're going to see them come in with some pretty good ideas. Exactly how they're going to be reading their opponents is always going to be a big one, where they're standing above them, because vertical play absolutely comes in to the picture when you go to Villa, right? There's so many soft floors everywhere. Your feet are never safe. So very, very fun one to watch out for, to see who's really going to be able to read the other team better tonight. But Thatcher going to be the first ban picked up, so normal bans are going to continue. Now the Monty ban comes out, this one from Skyfire. Very interesting. A lot of teams have been toying with the idea of Monty, bringing it quite regularly here on Villa, but taking that one away shows that Skyfire think that Elemental have got that secretly in their belt. But you know what? Screw shields. Clash is getting out of here too, so that's going to come out from Skyfire too. They really don't like shields, but yeah, saying, hey, Elemental, maybe these guys rely on shields a little bit too much. Let's take it out of the picture. But for the final ban, coming out from Elemental, they've gone normal with their bans so far. Thatcher, you know, you see that all the time. And Mirror, well, that's no surprise either. Really, they don't want to change the recipe up at all, which is fair enough. Two very powerful operators now out of the way. But no shields, so if you want to play shield, Blitz has got to be your guy.
And with Blitz, there is quite a large margin of error with some of the plays. There one small mistake with a step here, step there, and well, there goes your whole life in the round. So very interesting decision by Skyfire to just flat out ban both of the shield operators, or rather large shield operators, that is Monty and Clash, and pretty much just take away, I suppose, the crutches for some of the players if they end up underperforming in the fragging department.
Okay, so with the ban of Clash coming into play here, now that Skyfire are coming on to attack, we'll see what this is actually going to mean for them as they come into the first round.
Defenders,
Remember,
protect your bombs from being
just
defeated
like
by attackers.
every other match this week, Skyfire are the clear favorites, so they want to come in here and make an opening statement on the first round. Attacking is also one of the best ways to do it. You can do it quickly, you can put the defenders very quickly on their, like, push them over basically, make them lying on the ground, because suddenly, if you come in here and have a banger of the first round, like make it a flawless round or something, then, especially as the favored team to win, suddenly Elemental are sitting back and they're thinking, alright, well, I guess we weren't ready.
Yeah, for Elemental, they need to make sure that they nail their shots here, that they are expecting all the worst case scenarios here, because this is, I feel, exactly what Skyfire could be playing for. So only time will tell, though, I believe, because this whole setup is definitely looking like they are intending on stopping the aggression right at the entrance to the building, which is not a bad idea at all. And with Archie's drone being unable to get inside the study room, this is already a solid beginning, as no drones will be really, well, one drone will be really sacrificed for that, but already that's gonna hurt a little bit on the drone economy, and Foxzeus should still be able to play unspotted, but just until that moment where another drone came around to have a peek at the main stairs.
But he's still hanging around. He's still going to be sticking around to see if anyone is going to be coming in through the window, through the hallway, but very likely will be forced to go for the retreat pretty soon. Skyfire taking the first few proper steps on inside, upstairs. Here it is. We've got SM7, must be Smacker, I imagine.
Yeah.
Starting to turn the corner. This is where the danger starts, but nothing there just for now. We'll be alright on that one. And so here is where it starts. Here's where we look to get the walls open up. Player going to be looking to smash open the walls, but it's actually going to be Mateus. Take the first bit of damage here. But really, it's just players shooting each other through the doors, through the walls a little bit. Distance. He knows he's right there. Goes for the swing. And it's so good, it breaks my voice.
Look, a very good swing there from distance. Good timing as well. The moment the Nomad decided to disengage from the gunfight, and that's exactly the right moment for distance to go in for the push. Smacker, though, might have the element of surprise, as a crouch-walking Ashmain of Skyfire could certainly be quite a surprise, almost like a nuke here. But instead, it will be just a dead body, because Geo just decides to peek from below and say, well, nope, you know what? You're not going to get any surprises here for yourself.
Yeah, trap perfectly set by Geo too. You know, no, Smacker didn't even think to look at it. So sprung that one on him immediately. Could slow this attack down very much because they've already taken Mateus out of the picture. 3 people left. With only 40 seconds to go. They're going to have to get some monumental swings here on the side of Skyfire to take this one out with a win, but it's Cairo to continue it. Elemental haven't taken any damage yet, let alone lost a player. And now we're down to just 2. Player's going to smash his way through the floor, knows it's do or die, and it looks like he's choosing doing. Because he gets that kill, but has lost a whole lot of health. Through the wall he goes. Kool-Aid Man will make his presence known, but I think we saw someone looking around for a swing onto him. How are these guys still alive, Cthulhu? The plant's actually happening.
Yeah, the plant is still going to be happening, and it's going to be stuck through, as I don't think there will be any unconventional swings. Saw will be able to magically just run out and run away from all the danger, but Saw's player able to dodge bullets. There's another frag for Saw, and Skyfire are just deconstructing the whole lineup of Elemental as they're right now just seeming to be running around like headless chickens.
Yeah, but remember, it's still player on quite low health, but Elemental, it's on them. They've lost one defender. Cairo was going for the disable, but has suddenly realized he's got other things to do. He's got to hunt player down. 15 seconds. Just one more to go. And they find it. It's a 1v1. Jigsaw versus Cairo. 10 seconds. And Cairo is sprinting for the diffuser. He needs to go for it. But Jigsaw was already in position. And he knew he won 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, Skyfire, I'm genuinely puzzled how did they stay alive throughout all of that chaos and all of those shots. But yeah, props to Saw being able to play it a very patient game and using his IQ scanner to actually detect the diffusers. So very nicely done. And well, Skyfire is still, even whilst being in a 4-2, that is, they're able to keep on flexing on their opponents.
And the smiley face in chat. I love it because it's playing with the minds of Elemental. Elemental had that round in the bag. It was 5v2. They hadn't taken a single point of damage. Yet Player and Jigsaw, absolute legends, dropping down, getting the plant, getting the frags, actually somehow making it work and stealing the round 2. And so you throw a little bit of salt in the wound in the chat to throw your opponents off.
Yeah. That's exactly seems to be the way the cookie crumbles here for Skyfire. Because they're the ones who wanting to get each and every advantage, whether it's being mental warfare or in-game warfare. Because this is the way how they want to play it out. They want to get into the heads of their opponents and make sure that that will never stay the same, I suppose, for them, or rather the game pace will have to be broken quite substantially before Elemental will make any changes to the scoreline.
Yeah, all things considered, what we can say about Elemental is that they did hold control of that round for like 90% of it, so it's not like they can't win these defensive rounds. They're just going to hold on to that victory condition once they've actually got this. So it's certainly not out just yet. It's just a bit of a painful one to lose for Elemental. They need to make sure it doesn't get to them. They don't let it affect them too much. Don't let Skyfire get in your heads, because you know if there's a team that can do it, it's them. Just hang tight. Elemental can absolutely still take these rounds.
Yeah, well, push is already about to happen. Once again, it's Smacker trying to charge here and trying to maybe find a few entry frags, but already being pre-fired here by multiple players, including Dinkle as well. But can't seem to have either of the players connect. Already a breach in the master bedroom wall into the statuary, which should allow another angle to watch out for. But right now, it's only Smacker that is taking all the damage. He can't seem to be able to dish anything back. And, well, the C4 is going to be the final demise of the Ash player. Distance already taking quite some punishment in return for all the troubles. Well, we'll still be able to run away. And funnily enough, all this engagement was happening in Trophy Statuary, whilst the site is actually in AVG.
Yeah, so obviously we've got plays happening all across the map right now. Speaking of that, Fluxus as well, still hanging out on the stairs. Still wanting more. He's quite hungry. That's not the window you want to be smashing open. Or your phone, I suppose, either. But hey, with that, that's okay. Elemental, once again, they've got a good head start. Distance a little bit low is really the only pain point, but that's alright because you got Saw down quite low as well. So pretty much one man up on Skyfire for now. You've run it down to a minute. They're running out of time on how to make this execute work, Cthulhu.
Yeah, with Fugzus' position here, this could be a huge play.
Who's he hunting?
He is hunting pretty much anyone at this point, really. He will need to run around that air jab. I think the distance is just about right, but talking about just about right, the headshot for distance is just at the right position. And well, shutting down already the second player of Skyfire, that is Mateus, making things a little bit tougher, but we've seen already Skyfire clutch out a 4v2, and right now everything could really happen. Gio unfortunately can't connect the shots, but it's instead Cairo finding the shot on player, the person who was able to dodge quite a few bullets in a previous round.
Yeah, and so you can't count them out just yet, but I think Elemental might have clinched this one here. This is just Jigsaw left. He's got barely any health right now. We'll go in, see if we can pull off a round just like before, but it looks like that one, well, it went a little bit better. This time, Elemental do get that flawless round.
And finally, they are able to run it back for themselves and get the point. So we are on a draw fairly early into the round, which could be setting up a little bit of a foreshadowing for maybe full 12 round setup once again. Maybe not. Maybe Skyfire will just wake up and all of a sudden just go for a 7-1 like they did to, I believe that was actually Exto back in Season 2. So quite a few things could really happen here.
That's a throwback. I think that was actually the very first game of Season 2.
Possibly.
I might be wrong, because that's a bit ancient at this point, but hey, who knows? It wasn't quite a long time ago.
I think it was either Skyfire versus Exto or Skyfire versus PC419.
It was some kind
It was like first match was extremely close, and then when it went to Philly, it was something across the lines of like a 7-2, 7-3, where Skyfire just took like a 7-round streak for themselves. Obviously, that's not the case here, as the streak has been already broken. But nonetheless, if Skyfire is able to run through the rest of the rounds in their dominant fashion, this could be huge. But it seems that Elemental are very well prepared. Had plenty of VODs to really go over, so they seeming to be very prepared here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been pretty much 2 rounds where the defense has been very solid. Obviously, that first round, kind of letting it go, and Skyfire ripping it back, but all things considered, defenses looked great for Elemental, so I'm expecting big things coming here into round number 3, but of course, Skyfire have been showing that while the comeback potential is there, maybe we need to see what it looks like when they take the lead. Because they have not gotten the opening frag just yet. They haven't got those entries. Smacker might be looking to continue that trend. Oh, no, it doesn't quite see it just yet through the hole. We'll have to stay patient and won't find it just yet.
Bomb located by attackers.
Right now, it's a game of who can be any more patient. It seems that for now, the Skyfire just trying to kind of just poke around and see what will be the right way about it. That is a very ambitious swing by Cairo, which doesn't really gain him any advantage, nor does he receive any damage for that. So I suppose that's a bit of a win for him, at least partially.
Yeah, well, I mean, good thing he didn't lose his life. That could have been disastrous. That's always the cost, the risk. But hey, like you said, he stays alive, so we still get the 5v5 player. He sees it and just lines it up. Takes a second to let him know that he's gone. Jigsaw also going to fall down as well, so it's not without cost, but Archie, with that little bit of damage onto himself, puts, again, Skyfire a little bit behind, but at least they've swung back. But oh no, because Elemental, they swing back even harder. Archie, however, does get to get back up on his feet. That is a very, very vulnerable player now.
Yeah, with Archie, though, being back up, he can still frag out. He still have 2 of the Selmas to try to make a fair few openings, but it stands right now seeming to be a little bit stalling out. Skyfire not looking too hot just yet. They're trying to find those openings onto Elemental players, but those are not allowing anything. Dinkle already finding the shot onto Smacker, and that is yet again the advantage for Elemental, as seemingly just Skyfire not even playing their own pace. They're veering on such a withdrawn manner that it feels like it's should be a switch of the names even, as well as it's Elemental who are being quite aggressive on a few of the gunfights.
Yeah, actually just swinging pretty hard, just like this from Mateus, who gets his kill, gets his second as well, but it's Dinkle to shut down Archie. Can he shut down the big man, Mateus himself? It looks like the answer is going to be no. And a very, very strong swing coming out from multiple players, but Mateus leading the charge on that one.
All of a sudden, Skyfire, once again, the moment we start roasting them, it seems that they are starting to finally make that return. Maybe they are listening into the stream, or maybe to the clean feed of the stream, as well, there is still the delay, but
yeah.
Living Room and Library, though, is coming around to be defended by Elemental, but I gotta say, Elemental are doing a pretty good job overall at stopping and slowing things down in any shape or form against Skyfire.
Yeah, and again, it's not like Skyfire walking in here with flawless rounds. It's been Elemental actually closer to that so far. However, this is where it probably will either start looking like the last few series we've had, or if Skyfire are going to start pulling ahead, because they can win this third round, putting themselves in the lead. Could be very good, but of course, the rounds just have not been one-sided enough for me to start calling that confidently. If anything, I've got a lot more confidence in Elemental and what they've done so far in their own defensive rounds. Getting a lot of value early on, taking the lead in a few of them. That last one definitely looked a lot better for Skyfire, where they managed to trade back, but yeah, look, Elemental, definitely not counting them out at all. This round can certainly go either way.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, Elemental right now are currently are able to make a return really on a few of the occasions, but it seems that the end of the round is where they seeming to be either getting too relaxed maybe, or maybe getting overly ambitious on some of the swings and expecting that Skyfire will just stay there, and instead Skyfire just decides, you know what, we don't really have a whole lot of things to lose. The round is about to end, and if we won't make anything, if we won't do anything, well, we won't really win, so let's go for a swing. And well, Mateus exactly gets rewarded with a triple there for his team to get the win. So look, honestly, the way how things are certainly working out right now, Skyfire making a slight return here. Saw fantastic pre-fire the moment he spots that bullet hole.
Yeah, incredible game senses here coming out from the man. Denies any kind of drone cloaking coming out from Dinkle as well, as he had just activated it. Now they've got the presence on to the building, onto the site, and so Skyfire looking pretty solid. We can hear the C4 as well, but there it is. Cool guys, sometimes they do look at explosions. The Smacker stares that one down.
In case of Siege, you have to look at the explosion sometimes just to figure out whether it's going to kill you or not. Thankfully for Skyfire, that's not the case though anymore, at least for one of the C4 wielders. There's still Flux Zeus with Melusi and the C4 ready to make things a whole lot more explosive there, but as it stands right now, there is a push into AVG, there is a presence outside of AVG as a matter of fact, and potentially this is where we could find a few of the frags for Elemental, that is, if they will be extra careful, because it seems that right now it's just a full-blown onslaught of players, and Flux Zeus is being left out alone in a suicide position.
Oh, but he has been rewarded for his patience. The Diffuser Carrier 2 will be his next victim. Can he get out of this one alive is the big question. Has to go for some crazy swings, but pinned down, so it's just a trade at the end of the day. But it bought enough time for his team to show up, and Distance, he swings one back on the Smacker.
Distance able to trade out and keep it in a 3v3 fashion is a great thing right now here for the team. Another drone to be denied for Mateus is certainly going to make things a whole lot tougher for him, as he now needs to keep on face-checking all of the corners. And right now it's Distance who will gain actually the information on the Nomad that could potentially be pushing up on the staircase, or rather the sound cues should have given away the position.
Yeah, but was he creative enough in his pathing? Not much health, and even less right now as Cairo had him on lockdown. Cairo, though, will be traded back as Jigsaw still finding his shots, finding his marks, but only 20 seconds to go. Skyfire, you got two people, so do the defenders. Time to go in. Player going to be making the plant here. Jigsaw going to be holding down the line. He gets one. At just distance down the hallway will be the next victim for Jigsaw. Was that a 4K? I think that was a 4K.
Yeah, Jigsaw once again showing why he is quite a frequent appearance for our head-to-head showcases, as well as that he's one of our fairly frequent appearances on the MVP choices as well. The man is a self-sufficient murder machine here for Skyfire, and finally being able to reactivate himself to push the team into a 3-1 scoreline is making things a whole lot tougher here for Elemental to make anything work, even after all of those trades.
Yeah, honestly, this match so far seems like these teams are getting pretty evenly matched throughout most of the round, but the clutch potential is there for Skyfire. They've got the players who can win those rounds where, not even perhaps they shouldn't, but they don't let the ones where they can win slip out of their hands either. So that 2v2, you could even imagine that at that point, you know, Player and Jigsaw knew that they would take the win.
Seems that the confidence is all the answer here for some of the swings. Elemental, I can't help but feel a little bit sorry for some of the swings that a few of the players of Elemental were doing. Fluxus, and namely being the person who was able to go in and have a really nice spot to really sit around and just to wait for his trap to be sprung, but couldn't really nail the shot on the second frag there in the previous round, which could have really turned the tide into a much more favorable position for Elemental. But maybe that's one of the main things that really distincts the good team from a great team, maybe. There's those few frags each and every round.
I mean, that's just been the theme of tonight, right? Is that so many rounds, not even just in the series, but, you know, in the previous one too, they all came down to the wire. Every single frag counts. So many rounds, you say, if this didn't happen, it could have changed the round entirely. For some small things, some small deaths. So everything is counting in so many of these rounds so far. And who knows, maybe that little bit of damage Flux has already taken could be the difference. But distance, well, he says 100 hit points is what you need to take out. And Jigsaw will lose all of them.
That is going to be a bit of a stinging feeling there. Kyra, though, gets finished off meanwhile off screen by Smack or SM7. Fluxus to potentially get pushed here in a short few moments. He needs to fall back to the vault. At the very least, there's still distance to watch over him, and funnily enough, all of that utility, all of this push is actually being pushed up, not even on site, which is certainly quite an issue right now. Another grenade to be dropped in, distance oh so low, and hold the phone as Cairo, yes, keeps on
Swapping.
going for his team really here, because already a second kill for Elemental against Skyfire, and distance finally to be finished off. We're back to a 3 versus 3 with a minute and a half remaining.
Yeah, oh, Smacker, big swing, but Dinkel will shut it down, not without losing a lot of his life first, though. Archie will be hunting him down, holding the site, but just at the wrong second, looks away. Player running up to the Malusi device will take that one out, but position very revealed for now, wants to get out of here. But, like you said, there's still a minute to go, so they've got time to work this one out. Dinkel is probably going to be one of the better problems, although a little bit of talk coming out from chat. We might get a bit of a ruling on that one, but hang tight. I want to see how this round plays out, because it's still Player and Archie up against a pretty big challenge. You got Dinkel on pretty low health, but that's about all you're going for. Archie still hanging out outside. You can see one of the gas grenades has been burned out. There's another one. They might have one more at the most, but that clock is right down to the wire. So Archie and Player, they've got to get these swings. These are the ones that count. Archie gets it done, loses half his health though. Geo needs to hit this one shotgun shot. Actually, we'll pull out something a little bit better than that, and we'll deny the plant the second it starts. Just Player left to go, gets it through the wall. Just one more to go, but Dinkel, is he going to play hide and seek? Probably one of the best operators to do it on. But unfortunately for him, Player has the diffuser, and now it's going to be a retake. He can't find it for the deny, and Dinkel has to hunt him down. Would have just barely found him if he was a second earlier.
Yeah, just as a second earlier indeed. Dinkel tried to go in for the bait, and that was a very valiant effort. Personally, I would have probably jumped off the diffuser, but unfortunately for Dinkel, he didn't just stick through that, and well, now the diffuser is ticking against him. There is a punch hole, I believe, by Player, as he's just waiting for the right moment to go in for the swing. Dinkle is completely clueless about the position, and well, no health, no time, and well, now no head as well. Bit of an unfortunate outcome there for Elemental, and well, Skyfire are going to be coming out victorious here as well. Now being at a very large and a dominant scoreline, being a 4-1, and well, we are going to be receiving a response from Smacker, who will not be playing the Ashe anymore due to the banned skin. But yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, we'll get a confirmation, Cthulhu.
Yeah.
I believe I can actually see one of the admins typing now, so we are moments away, I believe, from finding out what's going on. But we'll see, because for now, that was again a very tight round. So regardless of what did happen, Elemental still took Skyfire right down to the wire. But it looks like it's going to be a slap on the wrist.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
For this one?
bombs.
Yeah, I believe, yeah, just the ruling is going to be just as a warning for the time being. And... oh.
I mean, overall, it does look like just a mistake from saying. I don't think he did it on purpose or
Yeah,
anything.
I don't think it was, yeah, a purposeful one. It's one of those things that if you're playing on a continuous, well, it wasn't the continuous thing that he kept on doing, because I think,
10 seconds left.
to be honest, Smacker was continuously dying, and that only round was where they really got, I believe, at least partial advantage on during that round. So, look, unfortunate for Elemental.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Skyfire at least promised that they will not be running the skin, at least for Smacker, or rather, he won't be running as an Ashe anymore. So, apart from that, really, just going to be continuing further on. No more ruling has been released, so we're back to a 4-1 scoreline. Last round of the first half, and the only redemption scoreline here that Elemental could be looking for here is the 4-2 scoreline.
Oh, well, player's going to be waiting in position, although it was Cairo going to be the first one to fall. But hey, look, at least he's got distance to back him up. Mateus will be the next one to go down as well, so still 4v4. Back to what you were saying, Cthulhu, though, although Archie is going to be the eyes for, I believe, Jigsaw just below. That drone will pop up, but Geo is absolutely ready.
At the very least, the floor below Geo is indestructible, so he can still sit pretty here. But now he needs to worry about the staircase, and for the very valid reason, Geo gets the very nice shot onto Smacker. That is a good night for the Zoff player now of Skyfire, and already a one-man disadvantage, but Skyfire were able to play it out very well, even in a 2v4 situation with Saw and Archie now, the last men remaining.
These are the rounds, though, that Elemental have been letting slip. So they're just going to secure this one. It's a 4v2. Should not be a huge ask coming out from them. But, of course, Jigsaw, Archie, they've been in similar positions before. So we're certainly not counting them out at all just yet or calling the round done. However, much bigger ask for them. Geo, once more, is going to be, well, the victim this time, as Jigsaw will immediately jump on him on the stairs. So 2v3. We're back into doable territory here, Cthulhu. A minute for them to make it work as well. So, I think we still have a round on our hands.
Still just might have it. Saw just missing out on that ADS, so the moment Archie will attempt to throw in that Selma. Oh no, it actually won't be caught out by that ADS, so perfect timing and perfect setup. Well, will not be counted in any shape or form. Distance took quite some damage, so is Saw. A little bit of a punishment, but there's still some presence on the mighty hallway as well. Flugzeus could very much melt Saw here, but now that he's the last man standing, turns away for just the worst possible moment to potentially catch off Dinkle. But oh, it's Dinkle to connect that headshot. Fantastic play. 4-2 scoreline will be the final decision on the first half.
Yeah, so it works out at the end of the day for Elemental. They don't go down entirely in the first half, so things are still looking all right. Again, they get the lead in a round, and this time they actually hold it. So I think we can start calling that first round that they dropped a fluke. As long as they just continue to hold on to these leads, it's looking fine. Skyfire, though, still holding that lead. But we swap sides now. And here's where things might get interesting, Cthulhu, because remember the other ban that Skyfire threw out? The Monty, which suggests they think that Elemental have some pretty big strategies with the man. So now that they don't have him, what are Elemental going to bring out?
Thing is, though, I don't recollect Elemental bring out a whole lot of Monty plays. Possibly this could be one of those comfort bans for Skyfire more so than the Elemental, and rather just Skyfire not wanting to really deal with it, because last time I believe they had to deal with a shield player. They were having a few very tough times. So possibly this is their comfort pick. Possibly Elemental were cooking up something during this scrim. We won't know for sure, at least just yet, until maybe I'll have a chat with the coaches or the managers of the teams. But look, for now, we'll have the first taste of how will Elemental attack here on Villa.
Yeah, I think this is going to give us a good taste of how the rest of this series is going to go. Because if Elemental fall down on attack, this could be a really quick one for Skyfire, because we go to their map on Coastline next.
Attacker's objective is to
But
defuse a bomb.
yeah, for now, if Elemental come back and maybe even make the attacking half even better than their defending half, then this could be yet another long series, Cthulhu.
Quite possibly. Well, setup for the defense is looking quite strong. The Wamai Jaeger combo is always going to be a very powerful one until one or the other gets even more so of a nerve. And as it stands, it's Distance and Dunkel to lead the charge here. AVG presence is going to be there by Smacker, who will be trying to play very in-the-face kind of gameplay here against the team, and nearly loses his head, only a millimeter away from catching the bullet with his forehead. But apart from that, really just going to be defaulting back to the side, and that is going to be a rather clever decision.
Yeah, don't want to throw away any risks just yet, and well, that drone's going to be walking right up into the face of some bullets. And so, we still have everyone alive, which is always good news for the attacking side. You want all 5 members if you can to make that final push. Distance, speaking of final pushes, he's making his first one here. That Malusi device eventually will go down. I think it took 2 utility shots for it though.
Yeah. Well, Distance right now will be holding a very patient angle and waiting for the drone to happen. I'm liking what Skyfire are doing here, getting a little bit more so on the information gathering train rather than going for an aggressive swing. And well, rather Elemental doing that. And right now Skyfire are not feeling too particularly comfortable here, given that, well, Matez, though, the moment I say that, gets the shot onto Dinkel, so that is minus the Zoff, but there's still plentiful amount of attacking operators that can be extremely aggressive and extremely powerful in the nick of time.
Yeah, taking out Dinkel though, massive little play there coming out for them, although it has been evened up onto Mateus no less as well, but everyone's walking into the fire now. Distance in the calm is looking for his own moment, but meanwhile Elemental is getting the job done for him. Right now they've taken out most of Skyfire, and again we're down to just 2 of them. Make that one just player here. He's been very confident in the chat. Can he be confident enough to take the 1v3? He's got 40 seconds. I don't see... No, there it is. Geo with the diffuser, so they can always go for the plant, but they're not. They're trying to bait him out, trying to drone him out, in fact. Player is going to take this one very slowly, very carefully. And with that, he may have even been rewarded if he could have got the jump on that, but now they know his position. Geo going for the diffuser, but it wasn't cancelled. Cairo makes the swing. Everything goes wrong for player at the end of the round.
Look, Cairo nearly died to that Vulcan, so it was do or die thing, and certainly was able to connect that shot very nicely onto the final defender. So 4-3 scoreline. All of a sudden, this is looking like Elemental might just be able to draw it out once again against Skyfire on the attack. And Skyfire looking a bit shaky. Look, I've said it a few times. Their so far performance, it feels a little bit inconsistent. We saw them trade out initially the rounds, then go for the for Skyfire on a 3-round streak, and then all of a sudden it's Elemental making a return here, where Skyfire is just seeming to be absolutely toothless on a certain set of rounds, which pretty much begs me to question: are they taking this match even seriously, or have they done the strategy, or rather were they expecting just a complete roll, say something similar to if they would have played against ShadowNet pre-today?
Well, I think that's kind of the story for some of these teams that we're calling the underdogs, is that maybe teams are coming in quite confident, and these teams that are the underdogs, like Elemental, like ShadowNet, are coming in and surprising everyone, even us. So it shouldn't be that surprising that Skyfire may be caught off guard by how Elemental are coming out today, but I don't think that's enough for them to have an excuse to drop to Elemental, right? Skyfire should be the team that comes out, everything considered, before this week. But hey, look, if Elemental and Shadownet want to bring the game up and give it a challenge to them, then sure. I love it. I love to see it.
Yeah. Certainly it's nice to see some of the rising stars to actually rise up and to score those finally much needed victories over what were considered to be the top dogs, the powerhouses of the season, rather the previous season. So I'm not too really opposed if Elemental would all of a sudden wake up and get a huge upset here against Skyfire to keep them at the bottom of the leaderboard.
That's right, Skyfire are at the bottom.
Yeah, they are, because they are right now at the bottom of the leaderboard. Technically, it's Elemental who are statistically the top dogs here in this matchup, funnily enough.
That's true, that's true. Oh man, I was gonna say Saw almost dodging that bullet train, but will jump on board at the last second, unfortunately for him. That's a really rough one to lose out here. Elemental, a good strong start here. We've seen what they can do with these strong starts. Oh, player.
Good night. Player, absolutely phenomenal shooter here for Skyfire, just being able to delete some of the attackers. Same goes for Smacker. He's finally able to pop up and get rid of distance. So that is the Ash player as well going and out. So now in the 3v4 fashion, can Smacker find another one? That is the big question. C4 to fly out could potentially claim the life, but it won't. Cairo instead trades out Archie, and right now he is ready to swing over onto distance, or rather Smacker, but Smacker is just a little bit better. Same goes for player. Once again, that man is on a double kill. He's on a rip. He's on a tear. And Cairo is the last man standing to play what feels like a battle against 3 Doomslayers.
Thought he was trying to do the thing where you like throw a rock to distract the guard, except with a frag grenade. Unfortunately dies before it even goes off, so they were completely waiting for him. It was always going to be a rough spot from that point, but all things considered, that was Elemental getting the first frag, but Skyfire ripping it right back.
Yeah, Skyfire, it seems that the moment they are feeling, I suppose, the push to go into their favor, or rather the aggression to go into their favor, this is where they're winning it out. The moment they forced to really fall back without any kind of success, this is where it seems the Elemental are being able to win. The moment Skyfire are pressed to go back to the side, this is where their disadvantage starts.
But here we are, Cthulhu. 5 rounds in the pocket for Skyfire. 1 away from that match point, which puts an immense amount of pressure on the enemy team, especially 3 rounds ahead if they can make it there. And now, it's going to be Mateus instead of Dinkle running the Vigil. I want to see what Mateus is going to be able to pull out. A lot of, I'm going to say binary operators here, Cthulhu, because you've got Vigil who's very do or die. You know, he either works really well or doesn't. Pulse can be very similar. You know, you can win the round entirely off some of the C4 plays you can make. There is some fun things in here, along with a good, healthy amount of C4. 3 for Skyfire.
Yeah, 3 for C4s, 3 impact charges, and plenty of destruction to be done here, really. But yeah, I'll have to agree. The choice of Pulse and a Vigil is certainly interesting. The fact that player keeps on playing on those, I suppose, semi-supportive roles while still being the top fragger, that is probably the most amusing thing for me. Given that, well, Mateus saw the players that we kept on praising for their crazy, absolutely fantastic fragging power. It seems that they are still the ones to kind of just chugging along behind players' Glory. But it seems that, talking about Glory, Distance and Dinkle are about to just waltz right onto the side, and well, they already in kitchen. Nobody is even contesting that. There's the swing, gets the frag, but well, not even the frag, only the damage, as Cairo is going in already for the plant, and Distance finds the shot onto Archie. Plant is down, player gets the C4 into Fluxus. It's all a bloodbath here, as the kill feed is running even faster than I can even speak.
Yeah, very hard to keep up with it all, but in all this chaos, that diffuser has been planted. So Dinkle, he's holding tight throughout all of this action, and now he's brought it down to the 2v2. It's all on Elemental to keep this one up. It's just Geo. He's outside. He's outside. He can't stop this He's got to find the shots through the window. Actually, now has a good line onto the diffuser. But it's not good enough. Player, no! He was going for the diffuse and he was going for the repel instead. But with that Skyfire, pull it back right at the end throughout all of that. The thing about an early plant Cthulhu is everyone still has their C4.
Yeah, so many C4s, so many explosions, and the fact that player was able to just long arm defuse it without Dinkle being able to do anything in that regard is certainly mind-blowing, but that does put Skyfire at a 6-3 scoreline, the match point, only one round away from the victory, and AVG is going to be their potentially final site to defend here on Villa.
Just before we move away from that last round, I want to just mention, I think, Elemental almost had that one. It was a very, creative push, and I really like to see it. They got the jump on the Skyfire, but again, props of course to Skyfire to bring that one back, right? It's not every team that can have a surprise sprung on them like that and react in time and, mechanically well enough to put themselves on the match point and ready to take map number 1. Just one more round for them away.
Yeah, being one round away is going to be putting maybe a little bit of pressure even on Skyfire as well, given that they're the ones that are looking to... What is happening here?
I thought he was trying to get like a pixel perfect placement of something, but...
I think they were just like doing a ring around a Rosie there.
Yeah, we looked too hard into that one.
Yeah. Skyfire may be able to give themselves a very nice round to just win it out, as it seems that they are just kind of toying around. Okay, finally Smacker is able to get it, but instead just gives up and says, okay, heck it. We'll do it live, we'll play it there, and call it a day. But for them, maybe a pressure could be ramped up in a short bit, but it's all yet remains to be seen, because the choice to bring the alibi could really throw in a spanner in the works of intel gathering for Elemental.
That's right, indeed. And this is going to be a very important round. In fact, the next 3, if they survive, are all do-or-die rounds for Elemental. Facing down that match point Skyfire, always a terrifying thing to be facing down here on map number 1. Their defense has been great so far. They pulled back the rounds that they may not have even been supposed to win. Yet Skyfire is still here. So, Dinkle, this man has had some excellent rounds before, but can he show up here on a round that counts so much?
This is going to be the big one here. Skyfire would really want to just close it out as quickly as possible without any more hiccups like we've seen them do during those 3 losses to Elemental, but it seems that right now they're just trying to defend for as long as possible. The flashbang will be... Oh no, that is the worst case scenario right now. Dinkle, though, won't be able to actually emphasize on the fact that the Womai has been blinded, and Womai was able to only take just half the health pool damage, so still able to run away, and nicely done. Still will continue into play, as Jigsaw is actually playing from down below, and he could be the biggest wild card here for Skyfire.
Yeah, I mean, Mateus praying to the gods that he managed to get out of that one alive, but definitely needed if they want to win the series, or win the map here and now. Oh, Sola would have loved to stay around the corner just a little bit longer, but we'll still stick around here. Just waiting for the peak. Waiting for them to get impatient, but it looks like he may have even just taken the risk himself. But the down, he gets it, and he can even secure it. Oh, I mean, eventually he'll secure it. No! He doesn't secure it. Cairo, there to shut him down, and maybe they can even get distance back up.
I don't think they will, actually. Smacker is still downstairs playing in the workshop, which could potentially use the the fallen attacker as the bait, but oh, the swing! Foxus just took a chunk to the face from that shotgun. We'll be thankful that he's staying alive. And another peek. Oh, Smacker dishing out so much damage to Dinkle, but so is Dinkle ready to give some love back. But can they find the shots, though? So much pre-fire being done. There's too much of the action going. Both of the players are extremely low in health, and a single shot will be pretty much the end of it all. Smacker right now needs to stay alive for his team, because right now if he's able to just keep on draining the time, this could be it. There we go, finds the shot, player finishes it off, and there we go. Skyfire do finish it out. Map number 1 done and dusted.
A lot of really close rounds, of course, and big props to Elemental for taking it to Skyfire for a good number of those rounds, even taking the initiative, taking the lead in a lot of them. But of course, the congrats so far. 1 map down for Skyfire to pull that one out. So you've always got to commend the team that comes in and takes the rounds that they should, but a team that takes the rounds that they shouldn't, it's almost what separates the best teams from the bestest.
Sure is. Well, 7-3 scoreline. The probably the scoreline that wasn't really being foreshadowed initially in the game, and Elemental did manage to bring a few rounds very close, but Skyfire just seeming to be a little bit more sneaky, a little bit more agile to adapt on the go rather than the fresh blood of LPL Pro.
That's right, but Cthulhu, it's the middle of the night here, so I'm feeling like a bit of a change of scene. So guys, we're going to take a few minutes for a break while we set things up to go to the beach and go to Coastline. Another week goes by, and we're right at the end of another one here. One more map to go right now, and well, it's been a very exciting week, and you know, we predicted a bunch of 2-0s, but here we are on the very last map, Cthulhu Coastline. Elemental showed some bark, but it was all the bite from Skyfire to take map number 1 on Villa. So now that we're going to Coastline, is this going to be the difference that we need to see for Elemental to bite back? Is there any bite to these guys at the moment compared to Skyfire?
Look, Elemental can respond with a few of the rounds, but it seems that Skyfire are able to run away with some of the rather more so unpredictable clutches. I mean, that whole map was just essentially Elemental keeping control of the round for 90% of the time.
Yeah.
And that final 10%, Skyfire just yoinks it away.
Yeah,
7 rounds in a row.
Even if they're like super behind, right? They've got like
Exactly.
2 people left who should not be able to get the 2v4. They're not even in a good enough position to do that, and yet they somehow managed to find a way. It's you know, quite incredible, to be honest. We are moments away from jumping into Coastline, and well, with this one, I believe this one is it's Elemental's pick.
Yes, this is Elemental's pick. Coastline was one of the maps where they had a rather dominant gameplay
That's right,
against
yes.
ShadowNet. So this is where I think they might be actually feeling a little bit more comfortable. Maybe we shall see something, a scoreline of something across the lines of, say, 7-4, maybe 7-5. But ultimately, I do think that Skyfire might have the upper hand here. Although, if so far if the night hasn't really taught me anything, is the fact that well, all the underdogs are seeming to be pulling up some phenomenal game. And well, talking about the game, we're already going straight over to the sunny Ibiza that is Coastline. And with the first ban, it's going to be Elemental to go do that very thing. After Skyfire took the dub, we are going to be seeing them back on the attack. And it's going to be BB who will be banned out. Funnily enough, Blackbeard is one of the more frequent bans here on Coastline, just due to the fact how powerful the window game can be here. So we shall see. Shall see what will be the replacement, I suppose, for that. Thatcher to be banned out as the secondary attacker ban for Skyfire. We'll be ensuring that things are going to be keeping nice and tight, and as it will take as long as possible for the attack to really get a breach, or rather dispose of any electronic utilities, and maybe there's an IQ pick that will be picked. Mirror will be the next ban to be seen here. Well, nothing too unusual given the fact how powerful she can be on a few sides, making Penthouse and Theater to be one of the rather more so powerful and potentially turning them into full-blown fortresses, really. So, not really surprised that she is banned out. The last one from the Elemental is going to be, drum roll, that is a Maestro. No longer the Italian will be present here, who was able to swing quite a few rounds in the favor of the defenders. So, at this point, well, he will be taking a chill at the bench, and well, maybe, just maybe, this could introduce a bit of a hindrance. But apart from that, really, there's still Valkyrie available. There's still bulletproof cameras available. So a fair few visual utility is still there for the defense to take advantage of. But look at this. The moment Clash is not banned, she's already being picked.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this is more of a Coastline thing, or if, you know, they were going to pick it up when it was Villa, because, hey, look at that, Cthulhu, they baited you, because Castle is actually going to be the one to come on out. The thing is, we know that Skyfire at least think Elemental are keen on the Clash, so showing it up in the draft, I mean, maybe there's some mind games going on, I kind of like it, but yeah, Castle's going to be the idea that they're going to go with
Defenders,
instead
bombs from being defused
of
by
that
attackers.
Clash, and I kind of like it. I kind of like being able to lock down the site. Remember, they've been able to take control of the rounds pretty early on, so if they have a solid anchor core to back up, then I think that's a great way for them to hold it down, right? You know, Castle's one of the great operators to be able to do that, either funneling the attackers in certain spots or forcing them to drain that utility onto his castle barricades. And there's not a whole lot that they're going to have. It's not like there's a sledge or a buck, right? You know?
Not at all, yeah. No sledge, no buck. Instead, just a whole bunch of remote breaching. Interestingly enough, actually, the change that I've talked about briefly whilst the ban phase was going, the choice of IQ instead of a Thatcher is introduced by Skyfire, and it feels like they're actually way more comfortable with the IQ pick rather than the Thatcher, just for the sheer fact that IQ, especially on this map, introduces a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more fragging ability with the fact that she's 3-speed, she has a fantastic gun that is the G8 or the 5.52 Commando, and with that set already, Soy is going in for the swing. He knows that there is some presence in the security room as the drone forces away distance on the Jaeger, and well, that's the full control of the office, and potentially could even go for a little bit of a vertical play, or rather just cleaning out all the electronic utility from down below.
Yeah, he's got a bit of freedom to go down around and do what he wants, but Smacker has his freedom taken away from him by Cairo, who just yeets it out of there, runs right downstairs, does not want to get into any more trouble, and that's a free kill.
Exactly. Smacker, this has been a bit of a rough matchup in general. He's seen a fair few times where he fallen and could not really pick up any frags. So Archie, actually, funnily enough, going in to go for a breach, and we'll have his utility shot out there, and we'll not be able to get at least a stable breach.
Yeah, so things are starting to hit a bit of a bump here for Skyfire. They're one man down. They don't have their Ash player. Player himself is quite low as well, so on that Zoff, he's going to have to be very careful on a lot of these swings. A lot of this could rely on Archie's presence here. He's trying to draw a lot of attention, trying to get any kind of utility he can himself. But Distance has it locked down, and he even has the escape. Apparently the escape to hell. So he will just drop one down, and Archie will find that kill.
Yeah, good trade out overall. 1 for 1, a fragger for a fragger to be done, and Denko right now is in a bit of a peculiar situation because right now all the flashbangs and all the explosives about to be rained right upon him, but Archie is just a little bit too quick on the trigger finger, but so is the opponent's Fluxus. Fantastic flank. We'll be getting rid of the Hibana, and right now this is back to a 3v3, 45 seconds remaining. Skyfire just nowhere near to be even able to make the entry into the building.
Yeah, but you can't hold your breath, Cthulhu, because these are the rounds that Skyfire have taken back. Elemental, full health, 3 people on defense with 30 seconds to go. All things considered, this should be good. Gas grenades are now going to try and slow them down. The C4 is also there. Mateus giving us a good view. He's taking his shots, but they're not going to be enough. He really needed that frag to connect. All the gas grenades now coming out. We got 15 seconds left. Mateus can't hang outside forever because player has got no health left, and in he goes, the tuck and turn to stand up the right way. He's got to find this frag, finds one. The plant's actually going down, so player can keep the round alive. Mateus still alive himself. One more to go. The plant is confirmed. Player still alive, and it's all up to Fluxus here. He's got to get up the stairs as well. Go for the retake. But they know that he's here. They know where he's coming from. He has to win these peaks. But he doesn't know where to shoot. He doesn't know where they're hiding. He doesn't know their positions. And with 2 people to worry about, could be all over for him. Player on the low health. He's outside. He's safe. Flux walking in to the diffuser. He's got to hold down the sights. Is he going for the frags? He's going for death instead. And Elemental, again, Skyfire has it ripped away from them.
Yeah, Skyfire getting a little bit too close to almost burning out on a few of those rounds, but able to get themselves back up and running and being able to retake full control of the site as well. And well, this is exactly getting them all the needed results really here. Final few seconds, we're definitely much more confident for them rather than even the beginning of the map, and well, certainly this does set up quite a nice pace for what's currently the winning team in this matchup. But Hoka Lounge and Billiards will be retried nonetheless, as it seems that Elemental are quite certain that they are able to replayed in their favor, and maybe we shall see if that will be the case, because otherwise, if they will lose out here, they will be forced to pick a different site, and that is definitely going to be already admitting defeat on one of those positions.
Yeah, and again, while we were saying things like, you know, Elemental have the stronger position here, more health, 3 people left, 30 seconds, it still wasn't quite the solid lead that Skyfire was still taken away from them in other, you know, in the other rounds on the previous map. So this is still showing maybe there's something there for Elemental, but it seems like maybe their grip's weakening a bit. It's one round, so not a whole lot to tell, but because it's a retry, it means we get a bit of a better idea and exactly what they're going for. Even the operator lineup, basically the same.
5 seconds left.
The operated lineups are certainly to be playing in
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
in a certain, well, in a certain favor. Funnily enough, as well, Smacker did manage to, I believe, switch over from the banned skin, so he's back on Ash. More aggression to him will be granted here as no longer, well, he will be playing this off, it's rather player. So, funnily enough, actually, another thing to make noteworthy is the fact that Skyfire are actually going for a very heavy on the fragging side lineup, as that is a good night for Tinkle, who I believe just was running past the window and got pre-fired there, and well, that is quite a tilter of a death for the Wamai player.
Yeah, nothing makes you more unhappy than just happening to run by the window or something like that, but hey, look, it's a win for Skyfire for sure. That's one man down. Dinkle a big threat. It's the Wamai as well, so late game Magnets now not on the table. Although Distance wants to get a little bit of vengeance for his homie and will take away Saw. The IQ now gone. That's someone you really want later on to clear out the remaining objectives, so you know, hopefully he got a lot of electronics cleared before his demise.
Yeah. Besides that, Saw was a phenomenal player for the team and was able to really nail a few plays. There's the 2 ping coming out, and oh, a little bit of a missed time there for Skyfire. Nearly could have gotten the shot onto Fluxus, but fortunately for him, he was able to spot the drone, and well, that's all she wrote, at least for the time being.
Smacker below the site. On his Ash, he's looking to see if anyone is hunting him down here, if anyone is trying to flush him out, any kind of roamers, and well, he might be guessing right here, as we've got Distance just around the corner from him, but nothing will happen from that just yet. We're 2 minutes into the round here. Cairo, 2 minutes into his health bar, as he's quite low here. Oh, Archie is actually going for the plant. What's going on here? Mateus has also gone for a push and gotten Distance down as well. Geo from the stairs will not be enough, also falling down straight away, and even a run out won't save Elemental in round 2.
Oh, that is an aggressive spam of the crouch. Holy, that is one way to do it. That is... Is the man's having an epilepsy there? I'm confused because, well, for what it's worth, Skyfire just plowing through their position, it seems, right now, whilst being on attack and just able to set their own pace, which is exactly what it seems Skyfire were looking for during Villa as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of what we were looking for at the start of the series, right? Skyfire, very strong opening. You know, they win a good few rounds in a row. I mean, to start it off on a 2-0, also excellent. Remember that round was kind of in their hands from the beginning, where they took out Dinkle right away. Yeah, it was evened up a little earlier on, but, you know, the final push they made was absolutely excellent. So, you know, you can always rely on that, even with the even numbers for Skyfire. So, 2 rounds in the pocket now. Elemental still yet to bring one back. And like you said, they don't get to try the site 3 times in a row, so we're going to move.
Move straight. Well, actually, no, we won't move actually from Hooker, as maybe Elemental are just trying to force the win here. I'm assuming, because that is a little bit of a odd decision to just stick around on the same side instead of going to kitchen, instead of going to the blue bar. Plenty of really ways to play around, because only now they are making some changes to the lineup, bringing in the smoke. I believe we didn't see him be present in the game, well, in this map yet. So maybe that's their kind of attempt to respond to all of the aggressiveness that Skyfire will bring it in for themselves, but apart from that, really, it's just, it feels like Elemental are on the burnout line maybe here.
Yeah, because the thing is, like, Geo will be able to slow the game down a lot on the smoke, but the thing is, a lot of the frags are where these kills are coming out here from Skyfire. So if they can't get the gunfights on point, then this might be yet another round for Skyfire. Not sure if the smoke's gonna be the difference maker, but hey, maybe as it comes down to the final seconds, it could be.
I would say maybe having a presence of Clash could be the big changer, because given if you don't have a stable safe ground, maybe you could have a mobile safe ground that is in the face of the shield of Clash. But just as I say that, Dinkle distance, fantastic 2 headshots, Smacker and Saw out of the equation. Those are the 2 very big performance here for Skyfire, and with Archie player and Mateus remaining, things might get a little bit dicey, but as we always said, Skyfire are one of those few teams that are able to really keep on adapting on the go, as just demonstrated by player.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is a good position for Elemental because they can now focus pretty much all their defense on one side. Player is under a lot of fire, but no! Giro had his back turned. It's just a trade, but Cairo is now staying alive throughout this. Just Archie on very low health. Mateus sticking around as well, but Archie's been forced all the way outside. A simple sneeze will take him out. Mateus still having to run down the ADS, and his teammate has fallen as well. It's the 1v3. Malusi going off as well. They all know what's going on. They know where he is. But from behind the barricade, distance will pop on out.
There we go. Elemental do manage to finally set themselves up with a win, finally breaking the streak that Skyfire so far had. And, well, this should definitely be a bit of an uplifting moment for Elemental to be able to get a little bit of a revenge, or at the very least shorten the round disadvantage here for themselves, because running at a 2-point disadvantage would be quite taxing here for the newly introduced roster to the LPL Pro, but I reckon they just might have what it takes to really keep themselves floating.
Does the Warden stick? And it looks like the answer is probably going to be no. Stinkle is toying with the idea of Oryx as well, so probably going to swap over to that. Bull, hold tight. It's probably going to be locked in. Yeah, there it is. As Oryx will be the choice for Dinkle. So,
now here's a cool thought. Right now, Oryx on TTS has Malusi's T5 SMG with the ability to have the 1.5 scope. So in theory, if that patch and that balancing does come through to the live servers, we could actually see a very interesting shift in how Oryx could be used, because not only he will have a greater magnification than just one-time scope, he will be an absolute beast at the spawn peeking, because he would be able to race from one window to the next and keep on continuously applying pressure to the players just outside of the building. That is until his head gets popped. But in theory, he could be even more so powerful, I reckon, whereas Malusi getting the MP5 could get a little bit of a nerf, I suppose, or rather just... Actually, no. The MP5 onto Malusi wouldn't really do much, now that I think about it. Because the MP5 is just, it's a good gun. Same, it's as stable as the T5. It's just more so just a buff in favor of Oryx, I feel.
It's all very interesting, Cthulhu. But, sorry to interrupt you, but Cairo, he's hatching some plans here, but he doesn't seem to have the confidence to go out with them. Dinkle as well will have to fall back right into a drone too, but he's going to be happy to pick that one up as well. But knows someone is likely around. Smacker's got a cheeky little bullet hole here. Although his victim does not walk into the bait, Dinkle walks into the bullets from Saw. They should have an idea, calling out where he is on the stairs as well. But that is a little bit of damage just for free onto Dinkle.
Imagine if the Oryx just saw that bullet hole and just smashed straight through it. Just, oh, hello there.
Jump scare of the year.
Jump scare of the year. I would absolutely just ult F4 straight away after that, just for the sheer fact how scared I would be and just traumatized from that experience. But thankfully for the Sledge of Smacker, that didn't happen. So we shall be continuing on with the game. And interestingly enough, the VIP wall was not reinforced, so it's more so set up for the crossfires, but it works out more so in favor of Saw, who just able to take out the head of Cairo. And well, with that said, actually nobody's on site. Everyone else is playing offsite roam, and this could be the breakthrough moment right now for Skyfire. But just as I say that, I realized that this wasn't actually Penthouse and Theater. It is Kitchen.
Yeah, don't worry. There's still people hanging around defending. Totally fine, but Skyfire, they're actually on the site here, and Archie is going for that plant. So this one looks like It should stick, not really any reason, although Geo, I think he might have a gas grenade in his pocket, but no! Can't reach into your pocket without a brain, and so now only 2 people are, oh my god, it keeps going. 1 person is left, and it's Dinkle, only half health as well. Come on, just give us 1 Oryx charge. You know the round's over. Charge into someone. Knock him over.
Well, he does have all 3 of the charges. He could use them to dash over to the safer position, but it seems right now he's just going for the exit frags, but none of them are going to be actually presented, as Skyfire, well, they're not really planning to play for charity here, really. Maybe there's going to be a frag here and there, but I don't feel too hopeful, as, yeah, he turns his back just at the right moment for Mateus to shoot him in the head, and well, that is yet another round going into the bank of Skyfire.
And it does feel like, as not just the map goes on, but the series goes on, Skyfire are finding more and more and more control. They're winning these rounds by bigger and bigger margins. That one being a flawless round, so it's not like it can get much better.
Yeah, well, it's more so the fact that Skyfire used to play Coastline a substantial amount, so it is quite an unfortunate situation here for Elemental that they've decided to pick that very map as their own map pick against the team that used to be the Coastline mains, pretty much, of LPL Pro. So this is, I guess, the rookies against the veterans here. The battle is, you could say, well, go for that kind of analogy, but I wouldn't also be calling Elemental full-blown rookies, because they can still take a fair few rounds away from the oldies of LPL Pro. They still very much are an able roster. It's just, it seems that maybe a lack of certain experience or certain timings or the gunfight ability is what kind of betraying almost Elemental.
Yeah, I mean, also, you're going up against Skyfire, who, like you just said, you know, they like Coastline. You know, they've played on this map a lot. They're also a team that's, you know, used to these longer, drawn-out best-of-twos. You know, they've been at it for a while now, so, you know, Elemental coming into it, you know, it's nothing bad to say about them that, you know, matching up against Skyfire, maybe they don't quite meet that level. That's okay. That doesn't make you a rookie. Skyfire, though, you know, even with Elemental biting back and making them work for that first round. Oh no! Is this the first spawn peak of the night, by the way?
I believe so. Yeah, that is a sweet dreams good night to the Ash player. Finally, Cairo does realize that very run out that he was prepping up last round, and well, finally it pays the dividends. Minus Smacker on Sledge, that is a pretty hefty frag without receiving any damage in return.
Especially because you're going into castle as well, so you don't have the freeway. Oh, hang on, we got a bit of a trade distance involved in both of them, but he does trade his life for Saw. But yeah, what I was mentioning, castle means that it's going to be very hard to get through those barricades without the sledge. Oh man, I can't even finish a sentence, Cthulu, without these guys getting into action. But we've only got 2 Skyfire members remaining, although they have been trading a little bit better. Just a little bit, and it's got to be good, but Archie not good enough. They make it a trade, but now it's all up to Mateus, who's triggering this device here. Everyone knows where he is. But it's just Dinkle and Fluxus, so 1v2 is on the table. But Elemental certainly would not want to throw this one away. Is this a cheeky little plant? Fluxus, is he going to try and call the bluff? Looks like he's going to go on in, see if he can find the frag. He saw him, but Mateus didn't see him. Flux! Oh no, he walks into the air jab. Mateus keeps himself alive. Another air jab to shut off anyone who tries to poke their head out the window, who tries to chase him. It's now on Elemental to go for the disable. The flashbang's now going to come out. Is it going to catch him right on the mark? He finds Dinkle, just Flux left, and he's looking right at that window. So Mateus, just don't eat the bait. He sticks another air jab right on the floor, but no! Fluxus, patient like the humble honeybee, waits patiently and grabs the kill with only a few seconds to spare.
Defenders win.
How did he not die to that headshot? My goodness. Fluxus just tanks it like a champ. But props to him for being able to connect the shot, I guess, faster than Archie. But yeah, Elemental, once again, able to get themselves back up and running. A 3-2 scoreline. 1 round difference here, and being on the final round of the first half, could pretty much be the decider whether Skyfire will be running away and going on to their defense in a 4-2 fashion or rather a draw. So Hoka Lounge, look, so far Hoka Lounge was able to be successful only after a third try for Elemental. So maybe they will be able to get the win here once again. So far though, Skyfire have been ramping up the pressure even more with each and every round, even whilst they're at a man disadvantage, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, look, Elemental is still sitting in there and they're still making Skyfire work for it. Question is, of course, how it's going to continue and whether the second half is going to be a big change of the story when they swap sides. But we still have one last one to play out with Skyfire on the attack. Elemental definitely bringing it down to the wire in some of these rounds where they win, but hey, a win is a win for sure. But when these are the ways you're taking the wins compared to Skyfire, grabbing the occasional flawless round, you know you've got to step it up, because otherwise Skyfire are going to walk away with that 4 and 2. Same operator lineups here, Cthulu. The exact same.
Now I'm curious about Elemental. They have been doing this setup for a fair few times already. The thing is though, Skyfire never pushed that position. They never cared about the penthouse hold that is right above the kitchen and supply room. Instead, they just went for a full-blown up-front, impersonal kind of push right on the ground floor, which Elementals seem to have had a few issues there. Oh, that would have been a very fatal mistake by one of the Elemental defenders. But with the fact that Hoka is the site, having penthouse presence is not a bad thing once again, but it seems, vertical game is once again going to be the downfall of Elemental rather than their win, because right now poor Dinkle just gets punished for his own positional mistakes.
And again, that's the oh my god, that's someone you want in these games where these rounds are going right down to the very end. You want him alive near the end so he can get out that extra few magnets, but gone at the start, always rough to have taken distance. Definitely a man to look out for on the roster of Elemental. Going for the roam this time, seeing if you can hunt anyone down, seeing if you can get the jump on them. Making a little bit of noise. Is the run out the answer? Looks like it might be a peek out. And immediately he's rewarded smacker right in his line of sight.
Yeah, Mateus sleeping on the job there, it seems. Can't help but to keep on droning, but maybe player might be on the job here and on the crusade to really find the German operator. Distance could be holding a very nice angle, but apart from that, a few flashbangs could really flush out the player. And player completely blindsided and tunnel vision. Whilst there's still a run out, Jaeger's position has been revealed. But what is this? How are the shots not yet connecting? Finally, Saw is able to find a shot. We're back to 3v3.
Who's the attacker?
I'm not too sure here, really. Cairo, meanwhile, does manage to finally find the shot onto Saul once again. A similar position for Archie, but this time there is a crossfire right the luggage instead. And, well, Fluxus could really actually throw in a spanner, and it works if this Hibana won't be too careful. Mateus also needs to rendezvous with his teammate right now, because otherwise this could be a very difficult round to retake.
How many times do we see Skyfire in this position, and yet we're still calling it as very competitive? They're toying with the idea of going for the plant, and Flux, he's taken the bait, but he's rewarded. It was the real fish after all. Fluxus, he gets his one though. We'll find it, and now it's all up to Skyfire. Mateus, without actually sticking that plant, means he has got a whole lot of work for himself to do. 3 people to hunt down, and well, I don't think he's finding that diffuser. Not with Fluxus on the case.
No, Fluxus just too good for that defense, really. But now look, Elemental keeping themselves alive in this matchup and showing why they've actually picked Coastline. Pushing it through to a draw is pushing it to a draw is certainly a good feat already to pull off, but now they still need to keep on pushing it, because it's only half of the job that is done, and they can't just stop just yet.
And this is where it started to slow down for them on the last map. When they swapped sides, I'm holding my breath. I mean, one of those has got to stick around, so we're at least getting the clash, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, Doc actually going to pop out. Now, we haven't seen a lot of Doc, seeing as Rook has kind of taken his place.
Yeah, Rook has pretty much became what Doc was pre-nerf, I suppose, of the French defensive operators, with the fact that Doc only has a 1.5 times scope for his for all of his troubles, whereas Rook has been granted that 2-time scope. But I have to say, I would still prefer to probably pick Dog just for the sheer fact that you can heal yourself and the players back up, whereas Rook and his utility only allows you to kind of get down one more time, but that is just about it, really. Or rather, sorry, not get down one more time, to take a single bullet more before you die. So maybe for some of the teams they just want more fragging power, but yeah, Doc is definitely my personal pick here. So I definitely agree with Smacker.
Okay, well, we're gonna get Smacker on the Doc. And also Archie on the Clash, which oh, there it is. I was actually toying with the idea that he would go for this. Although, it seems to have very much turned around on him, as it's ending up to be just a trade. Although he did get a little bit of damage onto Geo, so, well, I mean, apart from the peak, Doc's basically a non-factor here. No sledge, though, for Fluxus.
Yeah, but no sledge meaning that the attack won't really have any of the frag grenades to really try to flush out certain defenders. It's only going to be the spam of the flashbangs that they will actually have in abundance. And the next step is going to be to get rid of this Clash of Archie, who could be an absolute nuisance to actually deal with Mateus and Player could be potentially playing around that position. But Soy's actually there. Oh, gets spotted and very quickly gets pre-fired, and already a quarter of the health gone.
Still managing to sneak out of that one without losing any more health, though, so he may be able to go for the roam a little bit more again. Cairo gonna blow that door open, not quite all the way. You have to get a little bit stuck inside it, but here we go. Saw, like we said, he made it out alive to see if he can maybe get some value a little bit later on. This might be the value that he's looking for. Being patient about this one. There it is, he turned the corner. We don't see it, but he does manage to get it. It's just trade though, because Cairo is there to back up his buddy. Still not enough for Elemental to swing on in though. It's still a 3v3. Archie is going to be a big pain in the bottom when it comes to the end of the round here, especially if these numbers keep getting lower and lower.
Yeah, Archie will need to be very patient about where does he play and where does he relay the information, because with Mateus being offside, it's only him and Player who are currently playing on site technically. Cairo could potentially get a really nice shot right onto Clash from up above, given that the shield doesn't really protect the very top of the head, and well, with Player now being pressed up, and so is Archie, now it's the time to really equip that shield and try to get out of that position. But the C4, fantastic placement. It was a pre-play C4 as well from Player. Will be detonating at just the right time to eliminate the Buck Player, and now leaving all down to Geo and Distance to do all the work.
And that one C4 might have just saved the round for them at this point. Skyfire, 3 men up. They've also got the Clash, which is notoriously annoying the less people you have. As you can see, it's now walking up to Geo's position. It's going to essentially take him out all of his attention, right? He can't do anything about this until someone shoots Clash in the back. And no one's behind Archie right now. You can see both of them are right there. They're going to have to go in, flashbang him, see if they can bonk his shield a little bit, but time's out. And they've got to make these risky plays. And even with one kill there, maybe even finding Archie as well. Player is still alive. Oh, last second! Oh. You are playing with fire, Player. But you did not get burned.
Well, that's the reason why he's playing for Skyfire, so that he wouldn't get burned.
There's less oxygen up in the sky, so
yeah,
less chance of getting burned. That's 100% very scientific research done by
explanation there. But hey, for what it's worth, that was a really good attempt. That nearly was probably one of the big highlights, if that was the clutch shot for Distance to really find that final frag.
Yeah, finding the shot through the hole in the wall, I thought was very risky, but you know, you kind of had to do it right at that stage in the game.
You gotta send it.
And the Clash pushing forward to try to buy attention right in the final seconds also makes plenty of sense, right? And you kind of expect, okay, maybe the Clash is going to die. But Player being the third man, just super far back, doesn't really have to worry with that much time. They could be that aggressive. I think maybe they didn't expect Distance to get the shot through the hole in the wall. But after that, they had the backup to keep the round anyway.
Yeah. Look, maybe right now you could be seeing a yet another streak of rounds for Skyfire, but this was definitely one of the closer endings of it. The whole round was pretty dominant for Skyfire to keep up the pressure, although a fair few initial frags definitely did not suggest that very thing, and a few of the frags were certainly looking, well, namely Smacker's attempt at the run out was questionable at best, although it did result in a trade. But now that he's switched over to a Vigil, this is definitely going to allow him a bit more of a roaming power, a bit more of the time spent off-site, and being able to kind of play almost a ring around a rosy with the attackers.
Yeah, a bit of the Smacker special here. Always love to see the man jump onto the Vigil, see what he can pull out, especially in the series, which are, at least on this map, right? We haven't talked about it much, but Skyfire also really want that 2-0. They've already got one map, that's all good. But this one's looking a bit tighter now that we're on Coastline. Elemental swinging some of these rounds back, and if they get another one, just like they got Mateus, then maybe Skyfire start to sweat and they really feel the pressure. They're a team that can handle it, for sure, but pressure's pressure.
Oh my god, Distance hitting the fattest wallbang there, but straight away gets punished there by Vigil. But gotta say, that was a pretty nice pre-fire through the wall, although Elemental not yet ready to give up. Already at 2 versus 4 with only Distance being dropped. That is a really good record here for Elemental, but like we talked before, 2v4s were always a thing that Elemental kept a hold off for quite a while and then completely lost it out. So maybe here Skyfire could really clutch it out once again, but I would still be looking at it a little bit skeptical at the odds.
Yeah, I mean, for them to come back in, it was really required for Smacker to get a little bit more in that one, but I mean, he got his one, just didn't get the ticket out. Problem is now, 2v4, all but impossible, right? But defense is defense, right? And you can always rely on anchoring. And Archie finds Dinkle, so hey, look, they're thinning the herd just a little bit. 2v3, not all that unreasonable. They haven't lost anything in return. I don't think we've heard any gas grenades go off either. So if Archie can stay alive to throw out all three, cut off the entrances from Elemental, maybe they do swing this 2v4 back. Already started that process. There's the first one by Archie. He's going to buy a little bit of time with that one, but there's still a lot left for Elemental. It's going to be a good window for them to go in about 20 seconds or so as the final gas grenades go out, Cthulhu.
Yeah, right now it's going to be crucial for the crossfire to be held. And Cairo, very nice coordination, able to get the shot, holds the angle from the vase as well, but will be catching these hands from Archie. Although Archie now took quite a substantial amount of damage, and an attempt at smoking out the diffuser could be done. Geo taking quite a hefty amount of damage, but there is a very tight angle being held by Fluxus. He is not letting away with that round, and well, that is another one to go into the hands of Elemental, who are just trying to keep just about as close a scoreline as they can get against the giants of the Skyfire.
And this is where results could get very interesting. Remember, we've talked about Skyfire being at the bottom of the table, and that's because they've had some very rough matchups in their very first weeks. But this is one where they would want to come in and get the 2-0. And if they don't get the 2-0, yeah, a draw's all right in terms of results, but where does that leave them in the leaderboard? Barely a few points above ShadowNet. Elemental to get a single point would, I think, put them around the same spot, but I think that would just mean so much to them. The fact, not even just getting the point, but bringing Skyfire down so they can compete with them later on in the round robin.
Yeah, Elemental are currently playing for a little bit of a upset, I suppose, here, with the fact that Skyfire already managed to win out the first map, which was a little bit of a questionable performance. Here they just might be able to find that very upset. They already managed to draw it out once again, especially after the fact that the first half did result in a similar scoreline. It was a 3 apiece. Here, anything could really happen. The Blue and Sunrise is the first time being played throughout this whole map, well, anything could really happen. I'm a little bit questioning that positioning of the Vulcan shield by player.
Just let anyone shoot it.
Trust me, it just works. Probably what was initially being said by a player, but obviously he decided to opt out of that idea. Yet another spawn peek though by Smacker. On dock, 1.5 scope. He's got the right angle, but will be revealed. Oh, the damage being dealt, but needs to fall back. That is a botched attempt at headshot, but at the very least, Dinkle will be feeling all that pain.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, it tells them where Smacker is, but Dinkle's lost 75% of his health, so I think you'll take that if you're Skyfire. It's Doc, so it's not like he has to hide for the rest of the round.
Smacker just to run out with a stim pistol now.
Yeah, go stim his opponents. Oh, Mateus got stimmed a little bit too hard by distance, and that's the pulse now off the table. This could be Elemental. A bit of a lead, although, as I say that, they've lost Dinkle, they've lost Cairo. Smacker, I mean, he doesn't have to heal anyone, just himself. Why not?
Back to full health, yeah. 4 players of Skyfire now feeling extra well after that double kill from both of these players. 4v3. Well, make it a 3v3. Make it 2v3. Distance going absolutely hard right now. All of a sudden, he's just popping off. Right now, there's the Vulcan shield, but that will be detonated as including the body of Distance. And right now, Archie, in a 2v2 situation, could really make the swing here because he's got the smoke grenades and he's got all the guns needed.
And more than half the rounds as well. So Elemental not out of the picture at all for this one. They've even got the Nomad for the air jabs, right? If they want to take these tight fights, then they've got one to play around with. Here it comes though. First gas grenade is going to put Geo and Flux in very awkward spots. And you can see Saw and Archie inching up towards them. Saw got a very close position on them as well. We've got 2 more gas grenades to play around with. I said they had half the round, but half of it's going to be taken up by this man right here, Archie, running that clock right on down. Here's Flux, going to move on in, going for the plant. What a ballsy move, but hey, it's the next gas grenade to come out. The plant not going to stick, as it's going to be taken out. Geo has to go through the smoke to his doom. Saw will gladly eat that one up as well, and get another one into the bag for Skyfire. It looked like Elemental were going to come back into that one.
Yeah, they had a pretty good chance there for a brief moment. The moment Distance was starting to pop off and actually equalizing the man count. But unfortunately for him, just could not get rid of Archie, and well, that was the very downfall of Elemental. Kitchen will be the next site to be played out for the defense, as Skyfire are making a few adjustments, including the addition of Bandit now to what I'm assuming is Bandit out either the supply room wall or maybe the connector wall between the kitchen and the supply. So we'll have to see how will it really work out. But apart from that, a Valkyrie introduction as well to the roster, which certainly helps Skyfire with finding as much information as possible here.
Yeah, in before it's just a Val cam to help Snacker get another spawn peak, but not being on the dock this time means you probably will not be going for that, but that's exactly what Elemental would be thinking, wouldn't he? So,
Yes.
yeah, maybe it would catch them by surprise. But Skyfire in the lead. This is, again, like I always say, you know, when a team gets to that 5th point, they can just secure that one more, puts their opponents on such an awkward position. 4-6 is not like the end of the world. So Elemental have bought themselves this little window of comfort, I'm going to say, where they're not that far behind.
Yeah.
But if they take this round, then we could very well go to overtime. We could very well never really be that behind for a team once someone goes to match point.
Yeah, definitely. We will have to see whether this is going to be the case, because right now Skyfire are setting themselves up for a pretty decent defense from the ground floor, from the top floor as well. It's going to be more so just a matter of who can click the heads much faster than the other, because overall Skyfire is seeming to be a little bit more dominant, but Elemental are not really falling behind. Where Skyfire are compensating with the fragging potential, Elemental are compensating with their coordination. And this is where they definitely are exceeding over their opponents. So, well, for Dinkle right now, this means he will have to just keep on droning things out and to know where exactly to go in for the push, or rather to direct Cairo maybe to go in for a swing, because the buck right now could really make a difference here whenever the actual action will come to town.
Smacker hitting a window open, but the action might be here. Cairo is giving himself away a little bit. Who goes for the peak first? It's going to be actually Flux from all the way back down the hall. And he picks it up with a quick little headshot. Everyone was blinded for a few moments, but hey, they get out of there without losing any more health.
Yeah, right now Smack is in a bit of a sticky situation. He needs the support of his teammates as well, because he will be droned in just a matter of a few moments, and a single pre-fire will be pretty much ending his run within this round. But maybe a quick cheeky C4 could be doing the play here. Maybe an attempt to hide in the bathtub could really work out for him. The ye old cheeky, maybe Indiana Jones out here. But for now, it's staying prone is working out for him because Dinkle is wasting all of his ammo right now and waiting for distance to really come around. But instead, it's going to be the frag grenade and distance with the R4C to really make the change here against Mateus and Smaka, leaving all down to Player and Arch.
Yeah, really hunting that position down. Prone or not going to survive that frag grenade. So now, only 2 people left. We've been calling these rounds as still winnable by Skyfire. Ooh. So I will continue to say that as Archie will grab that one onto Flux. Can they clutch it out though? Because they know where he is and you can hear he's under fire. Same thing with Player. Although he turns the corner for the swing. Surprises distance. Now it's a 2v3 Cthulhu. We've got gas grenades coming out too. But 30 seconds means that Elemental do not have as much time as they had to play with last time. This is going to be quite tough.
I'm curious why is Dinkle not yet pressuring the cool vibe stairs, because this is exactly when he naturally needs to be. He needs to be applying pressure from the opposite side where he should be able to distract either Archie or Player from their hold. But because right now time is being drained, there's the ready vault in, that's the diffuser dropped as well, another gas grenade to go in, another vault in. Archie will be pressured finally from down below, but will be traded out. 1v1 situation, 4 seconds remaining. The plant needs to be stuck here. Cairo hunting for the frag, but it will be shot down, and Player once again clutches it out. Skyfire for round number 10 will be claiming it, and now they are on match point.
Holy cow. I mean, every time I say it, I kind of don't believe it, where I think, okay, yeah, look, Skyfire have won 2v4s, 2v5s before. And yet it keeps happening.
Yeah, it seems that Skyfire are one of the few rare teams where even when they're at a man disadvantage, they are able to just keep on ramping up their pressure, and this is where their solo play ability comes into play. This is where no matter what the circumstances are, they still are a set of able fraggers, each and every one of them. Namely, right now, Player, him and Archie will probably definitely, most definitely will be getting an MVP award from me as well.
Yeah, honorable mention as well to Saw, who's shown up in most of those clutch rounds where there's only 2 people left, facing down an army, and he's also there as well in a lot of them, so big shout out to that man too. But Skyfire, they're on match point, series points right now, 1 round away from breathing a big sigh of relief. Remember, they went into this one almost definitely expecting a 2-0 and probably not too much trouble for it either. First map, not a whole lot. Second map here on Coastline. It's feeling like there's a bit of trouble, but they keep winning rounds they shouldn't, and so they're ahead on match point.
Yeah, that is the most probably amusing thing about the fact that the way how Skyfire are playing. No matter what Elemental is throwing at them, they're, for the most of it, are able to actually make a comeback. And for that matter, it actually begs me to question, is them being in that man disadvantage, is it actually a disadvantage for them, or rather are they actually praying for the fact to be in those 2v4 situations?
Yeah, it's like a literal version of watching your friends die, turning Super Saiyan, and then getting vengeance for them, I guess. So, Archie, congratulations on being the Prince of all Saiyans, I suppose, but you've got 1 more round to win here for Skyfire. You've got the Smacker special on that Vigil. Maybe not quite as sneaky this round anymore, but still alive is the big thing. Distance as well, being hunted down. But he's made it to safety.
I'm amused that Smacker keeps on firing back at distance. He was trying to go for a pre-fire back onto Smacker, and Smacker has the audacity to just keep on peeking, keep on swinging, because any other player would have bailed out of there and just not even really cared about taking that gunfight ever again.
Not Smacker.
Not Smacker though, yeah. Certainly looks like it, but hey, at the very least, there is a full foothold established in the reception. Smacker has been already tagged up, and his position has been well aware about, rather well aware for the attack. And an attempt from Saw to keep cover will be, well, left in shambles, as right now Smacker is left as the last man standing. Flashbang to come around, and whoop, there has been a little bit of a botched attempt, but the paying with his life though before while the manhunt continues, and right now Smacker is probably acting like a cornered just lion. or cornered animal, and Will really decides to bite back, and bite back he did. Although Saw left on the revenge on Saw is still yet to be established here.
They still have 3 people though, so Skyfire 100% are still able to pull this one out. Fluxo's cooking up something beautiful in the kitchen. Player though, he's on a different diet, so he's not going to be taking that one. Vulcan Shield now down though, so the fortress starting to crumble a little bit here for Skyfire. But Player and Archie still in a solid position. Archie, I believe, still has all his gas grenades too. 45 seconds means that could be a significant amount of the time left for Elemental. They might find themselves pushing through some smoke or going through a bit of an awkward spot. It's Geo to lead the charge in here. He wants to get some sort of air jab or just the peaks. Player is hanging tight. He's even got the little bullet holes to catch them out. You can see the gas grenades through them and right in front of your face right now. Geo all over the place, but from below could be danger. Mateus though, he's found Dinkle. It's still just a trade. The final seconds now for Elemental to go in. Just Mateus left, but he can't hold against the Horde right now. Elemental, they take the lead in the round and they hold on to it.
Okay, yeah, Elemental's keeping up the crossfires. This is exactly what I was waiting for them to do, because they were missing out so badly for some of the swings, some of the peaks, and all of those gunfights. So now they're able to finally establish their dominance. Only one round, one round before we will be seeing the decision whether we are going to the overtime or it is going to be the end with Skyfire potentially grabbing the win. But right now, look, it's still very much up in the air. Elemental looking pretty good. They're able to take Skyfire to such a close scoreline, similar to how actually ShadowNet just did for PC419. So I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden we are going to be finding ourselves on overtimes, or rather full overtime here between the two teams, to the point where even my voice just decides to crack.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many
Well, you might need to save some of that voice, Cthulhu, because we could be going at least 3 more rounds if it's Elemental to pick this one up. Skyfire are still sitting on their match point. We've got Smacker back onto Doc. And now Elemental are saying, surely he doesn't try to do the peak a 3rd time.
Yeah, this is where they're gonna be potentially mistaken, just for the sheer fact that they're expecting for Smacker to respect some of the gunfights. He's one of those players that, like, in no ill intention to be said, by the way, he does not respect some of those conventional gunfights. He will go and he will have all the audacity to go for those spawn peaks, or always, for each and every time in each and every round.
I think it's more of a high respect for his own gunfights, his own gun prowess, rather than no respect for his opponents. We'll give him that. Let's just say that's what it is. But it is not going to be a spawn peak for now, so he doesn't do it 3 times in a row, although he is right next to an entrance, so still considering some kind of cheekiness. Mateus...
How did Mateus already take some damage? I'm guessing a pre-fire through distance, yeah.
Got it. Must have been from distance. He was tracking him down, and now he might actually be in a bit of a tough spot if distance does hunt him down. Oh, no! Oh, no. Trigger not on the finger for that one. Mateus, how is this man still alive? Might not be for much longer, though.
Yeah, not at all. Distance being very sharp today on the day of the performance. Cairo is also trying to get rid of Player, but right now cannot hit the final few shots. But maybe a repick could be in place here. Distance, meanwhile, does take a little bit of a damage, but won't be yet out of the equation. Soy is still there on the flank, and potentially could be that much needed difference that should be introduced, as Player right now on a flank. Maybe he was hurt, maybe not, because right now Distance is very much feeling paranoid. Does have his sights trained now onto the bathroom, but the vector is just a little bit better. Cairo, meanwhile, trades out Archie. We are back to a man equality.
Can these guys make it any closer on such an important round here? Skyfire are still just slightly behind if you're just going by the health bars, and we're even halfway through the round instead as well. Smacker, I believe he's got some stim pistol left, so he will be able to heal Player up if he needs to. That drone will find him though, so he's got to fight for his life before he goes to heal any buddies. Gets his position. Could have been caught out by it, but will just hold this one down. Has 2 approaches to worry about. Can hear a lot of noise, so has a bit of an idea of where they are. But we're going to take a look at Cairo. No, it's going to be Smacker, who is still waiting for this one. He's fine to just sit here and chill out, right?
Exactly.
He's the defender.
Dingle, though, may have something to say about that. Although, there's the frag, there's the stim. Nicely done. Can he find another one? That's the Kyro, all last man standing. Right now, he is the last person, the only one who stands between the win for Skyfire and the overtime for his team. But no, it's Smacka. He's just a better gamer. He clicks heads faster, and Skyfire scored themselves that 2-0.
What a series. I mean, even after the first map, I did not think we'd be going all the way to round number 12 on Coastline. But Skyfire, at the end of the day, they can look back on this week and see a 2-0, and that's all that matters. Right, of course they can take anything that happened this week, put it into their scrims, put it into their practice to work out what those 5 rounds, what happened there. But so much came out from Skyfire in that one. Coming back, taking the lead from the rounds from the start, they had it all.
They had it all indeed, yeah. Skyfire were just a little bit better composed, but I've gotta give all the props to also Elemental, as they were able to bring it all the way to Skyfire and nearly pushed it into overtime. We're just about 3 frags away from making it so, but unfortunately for them, only a loss.
Yeah, really rough for them. However, for Skyfire, with the 2-0, not only does it get them a result they were looking for,
Yes.
but it actually puts them up the leaderboard, right? They've had some very hard matches in the first few weeks. Now they finally find one against Elemental, not just one, but the 2-0. So they should be much further up the leaderboard now. That should feel great for them. It was always a bit of a surprise for them to be there.
Yeah.
But hey, look, they've done it.
They've done it.
And now, before we wrap things up, Cthulhu, I do want to remind everyone, if you saw some pretty sweet plays today, you might not get to vote on the Vodafone MVP award, but you can vote on the Red Bull Fan Award, all right? So in Twitch chat, !vote to find out how exactly you can send your vote in. And you want to find out because you can go in the draw to win a year's supply of Red Bull. Because the players you vote in as well, 4 of them, the top 4 by the way, will be taking home that same year's supply of Red Bull, but as well as $500 cash. And also a fridge.
Yes.
A Red Bull fridge.
A Red Bull fridge.
Yeah,
That is
not
even
just
more
any
fun.
fridge.
Yeah, that is even more swag. But yeah, the whole day so far has been an absolute surprise, and we've seen some absolute bangers of the matchups.
Yeah. So just kind of like Skyfire, we can look back on this week and see a bunch of 2-0s, and maybe we can leave it there, but we know that there is a whole lot more to those 2-0s than meets the eye, and I think it makes the ladder very, very interesting for when we return next week. And with that, I think we're going to wrap things up here, Cthulhu. So before we go, everyone, got to give a big, big shout out, a big Kiwi love to all of our sponsors, of course, Vodafone, WD, Black Sky, City, Extrafy, and of course, Red Bull, who we were just talking about. Got to remind you as well before we go that Extrafy do have all their gaming mouse and keyboards all at the new PC gaming stores that you can pick it up. So anywhere you get a keyboard and mouse, make sure you look out for Extrafy as well. But guys, that's it for us for week number 3. We still got a whole lot more weeks, 4 weeks in fact, to go through the round robin. So make sure you tune in next week at the same time as we return on Tuesday. And we're so keen to see you there.
It's all down to Mitchie to try to deny that. He's able to deny the plant red. He's able to run down the time.
Here it stops again. 1 kill already done. Next kill already done. Numbers do usually win out, so they are going to pick it up out through the wall.
Camera in position.
Get behind me!